Oster is coming out with their cordless fast feeds. Now, Oster last year, they seemed like they got missing from the spotlight. Their Instagram was inactive. It seemed like they've been going through a rebranding. If you go on the Instagram now, you can see a lot of stuff where they're asking like for feedback. What do we want, a detachable or an adjustable? And they're asking questions, trying to get barbers to give them some feedback. So with that said, man, I'm excited to see these cordless fast feeds. Now, there have been some already on the market, but not from Oster. There have been modders that's out here that actually understand how to work on clippers, making it happen. But it's nothing like getting something directly from the manufacturers for warranty purposes. Are you excited? In the comments below, let me know how you feeling about it. Are you a fast feed guy? Do you think the fast feed and the cordless setting would be the right thing? Also, what else would you do to the fast feed to make it even a better clipper? Alright, this is Reggie Winston, the Better Barber. Thank you for checking out this video on YouTube. Check out some of the other videos, like and subscribe, but let me know, what do you think you should see from these Oster fast feeds? Are you excited to get them, and is this the clipper that you want to purchase? And yeah, let's see what happens, yo. Can't wait to see what the price is going to be and how they're going to look. Alright, y'all, stay tuned.
I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror, and every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me, and she was staring at me. She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget. First of all, she said, "Somebody give me a piece of paper. Give me a piece of paper." She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy, a spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA one semester, and the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Fail big. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought. So I'm in the wings, I'm about to go on stage, but the guy in front of me, he's singing like Pavarotti, and I'm just shrinking, I'm getting smaller and smaller. So they say, "Oh, thank you very much, and you'll be hearing from us." So I come out with my little sheet music, and so I assumed I didn't get the job. But the next part of the audition, he called me back. The next part of the audition is the acting part of the audition. Now I'm like, hey, okay, maybe I can't sing, but I know I can act. So they pair me with this guy, and again, I didn't know about musical theater. And musical theater is big, so they can reach everyone all the way in the back of the stadium. And I'm more from a realistic, naturalistic kind of acting where you actually talk to the person next to you. So I don't know what my line was. My line was, "Well, hand me the cup." And his line was, "Well, I will hand you the cup, my dear. The cup will be there to be handed to you." I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed, and I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. Someone talked about it. Won the Tony Award. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? While it may be frightening, it will also be rewarding. Because the chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Keep working, keep striving, never give up, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. Without commitment, you'll never start, but more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish. It's not easy. If it was easy, there'd be no Kerry Washington. If it was easy, there'd be no Taraji Henson, P. Henson. If it were easy, there'd be no Octavia Spencer. But not only that, if it were easy, there'd be no Viola Davis. If it were easy, there'd be no Michael T. Williamson, no Stephen McKinley Henderson, no Russell Hornsby. If it were easy, there'd be no Denzel Washington. So, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. Life goals, yearly goals, monthly goals, daily goals. Don't confuse movement with progress. Remember, just because you're doing a lot more doesn't mean you're getting a lot more done. In order to achieve your goals, you must apply discipline, which you have already done, and consistency every day, not just on Tuesday and miss a few days. You have to work at it every day. You have to plan every day. You've heard the saying, we don't plan to fail, we fail to plan. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists, some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love, some of you have the gift of long suffering, whatever it is, whatever your gift is. What are you going to do with what you have? And it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. We all have different talents. Some of you will be doctors, some lawyers, some scientists, some educators, some nurses. The most selfish thing you can do in this world is help someone else. Why is it selfish? Because the gratification, the goodness that comes to you, the good feeling that I get from helping others, nothing's better than that. Well, I have traveled the world, and I have spoke to millions of people. But that's not the most important thing, the success that I had. The most important thing is that what she taught me and what she told me that day has stayed with me since. I've been protected, I've been directed, I've been corrected. I've kept God in my life and it's kept me humble. I didn't always stick with him, but he always stuck with me. So stick with him in everything you do. If you think you want to do what you think I've done, then do what I've done. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life, and it can be very frightening. It's a new world out there. It's a mean world out there, and you only live once. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't just aspire to make a living. Aspire to make a difference.
What's going on YouTube? It is your boy Josh back with another haircut tutorial, and as you guys can see today we got a little wavy client. About to give him a nice bald fade, clean the beard up and line it up real good. Y'all about to see how we get down. And if you guys are new to the channel and you're not subscribed, please make sure you guys go down and smash that subscribe button and turn that notification bell on too, so you guys don't miss out on any new drops. So right after getting the hair combed out, I'm going to come in with my 1.5 guard with the lever all the way closed, going with the grain to knock off all the bulk that we don't need. And as I'm doing this, I'm paying attention to the way that his hair grows in different patterns, so I won't gap him or anything. You guys want to make sure you pay attention to the small details when cutting hair, because one mistake can cost the whole haircut. And as y'all can see, man, that 1.5 got the waves popping. It got the hair laying down real good. And if you guys notice, after a couple strokes, when I go over the head, I always come back with my brush. The brush, it kind of releases all the hair that's already cut out of the hair. So it kind of resets the hair to let you know what's still there and what's already been cut. As soon as I get the hair cut down to the height that I want it to, I'll go right into setting in my first guideline, which is the bald line. And like I said, we're going to be giving him a high fade, so I'm not going to be dropping it too low under the occipital bone. I'm going to keep it kind of level with it, you know, right in the middle. And we're going to be doing that. So after I have the guideline set in how I want all the way around, I come back with my trimmers and I just clean up all this extra hair, making sure that I get all the hair gone. You want to make sure you get like literally every piece of hair, because you want your haircut to be flawless. You can't leave anything behind. So this right here is something that I do that helps me when taking out that first guideline. After I'm done setting in that initial bald line, I come behind it and I kind of taper at it with my trimmers a little bit. It kind of breaks up that harsh guideline, making it easier for the clippers to take it out. But a big factor in this is making sure that your clippers are zero gapped, because it's all in the way that your system is balanced. So if your clippers are zero gapped, you have the capacity to be able to take out that guideline with the clippers itself. So using the trimmers, making it even easier, it just helps you out when taking out that first guideline. And right here I'm setting in that first guideline with no guard on, with the lever all the way open, with my caliber 50 cal BMG clippers going up about 1/2 inch. And I make sure that I'm keeping the width the same all the way around, because I want my fade to be balanced all the way around on every guideline. So right here I got the clipper with the lever I think 1 notch from all the way closed, And I'm just kind of going to be starting up under that guideline, that bald line, and just flicking up to the bald line. And then once I kind of get it light how I want it and set it up for the kill, I close the clipper all the way closed, and it kind of just blends it out perfectly. It's just the way that I have these clippers set. There's 0 gap, so I got a good system in between the notches and how the blade cuts. And all you have to do is just understand your clippers, and you can really do some dangerous haircuts. So usually when I'm taking out this guideline, I kind of do a lot of detail work. So you'll see me opening and closing my clipper a lot, depending on the area, because sometimes the hair doesn't react to the clippers how it should, and you have to adjust it to get it. You gotta kind of get that detail work and do that corner blending technique. So right here we're gonna be jumping right into the next guideline, which is the number 1 guard with the lever all the way open. And I'm gonna go up about a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch. Like I said, we're going to be doing a high bald fade. So right here is going to kind of be the area where I kind of stop fading up. I'm going to start my fading down process after this guideline. But let's break this guideline down. And you guys remember to make sure your width of your guidelines are the same all the way around the head. You know what I'm saying? No matter where we at in the haircut, I'm keeping everything balanced because I want my fade to be consistent all the way around and on both sides. So after going in with the number 1 guard all the way open, to fade out this guideline, I'm going to be dropping down to the number 1 guard closed. As you guys can see right now, I have the number 1 guard with the lever all the way closed. And I'm starting right up under the guideline and just flicking up halfway into the area that I went in with the number 1 guard open, because that's going to create a transition. So it's going to transition down from 1 guard open to 1 guard closed. Then I'm going to end it off with the half guard, and I'm going to go about halfway into the area that I did with the number 1 guard closed, and that should create my blend. And like I said, right here I have my half guard on. Usually when I start with my half guard, sometimes I close the lever halfway just to get an idea, because sometimes different people's hair react to the half guard differently. And sometimes when it's all the way closed, it cuts too much. It just depends on how fine and thin the hair is. But usually I always end up closing it all the way, and I do like a lot of detail work. So now that we're done with that guideline, we're not going to be creating any more guidelines for the rest of this haircut. I'm just going to be fading down, starting right here with my number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. And the reason why I chose the number 2 guard all the way open is because on top we cut the hair down to a 1.5 closed with the grain. So when fading a bald fade into a 1.5 closed with the grain, you usually want to go with a number 3 guard or a number 2 guard open, just depending on the hair texture. And I felt like a number 2 guard open was going to be perfect for him, and it came out perfect. So I'm just going to be fading down from the number 2 guard, then from the number 2 guard open, then I'm going to drop down to the number 2 guard with the lever all the way closed, and just go right back behind every step that I did with the 2 guard open, but I don't go up as high. So basically I'm just creating a transition. So right here I'm going in with my number 1.5 guard. Like I said, we're fading down, so I walk down from the highest guard all the way down to the smallest until the fade is completely blended. Right here I have it with the number 1.5 guard all the way closed, and I'm just starting right up under the dark area and just flicking up to it. Basically the whole goal of down fading is coming behind the previous guard but not going up as high. So basically you're leaving the hair shorter and shorter and shorter as you fade down, which creates your fade. So that's why I follow my guards in a systematic step, because it helps make the haircut so simple. That's why I go from 2 guard open to 2 guard closed to 1.5 open to 1.5 closed to the 1 guard open, and it just blends the whole haircut together perfectly. So we're almost done with this fade. Right here I'm going in with the number 1 guard on with the lever all the way open, and I'm just trying to blend right up into that 1.5 area, because we've gotten to the bottom of the fading down process, and we're at the area now where we want to make the fade come all together and do all the detail work that we need to do. And you guys, to be honest, on some clients, you might have to put in a little bit more time on getting certain lines out. Like right here, on some textures of hair, it might fade right out. You know what I'm saying? Everything is just perfect. And sometimes you can follow the exact steps and there's like dark spots here, dark spots there. So you have to spend a lot of time really opening and closing the lever, you know, getting in certain positioning in some parts of the fade to make it blend, because some hair is just stubborn sometimes. Y'all see it, man, this fade is coming together nicely. I mean, look how smooth it is. We're not even done yet, but I mean, just really listen to what I'm saying, man. Y'all can learn something. So right here, I'm going to be doing some more detail work. I'm going with the grain with the one guard open across the front of the hairline to help prep for the hairline, and also right on the edge of the fade so I can connect that side a little more. I don't like that dark heavy area right there, so I'm gonna do a little bit more detail work just to get that looking like how I want it. But other than that, man, we mostly done with this fade. So right here, what I'm doing is I have the Barberless guards, and I'm going in with the number 2 guard with the lever all the way open. Then I'm gonna close it, and then I'm gonna come back with the 1.5 guard with the lever open and close it. Basically, instead of using the wall number 2 guard, I'm using the Barberless number 2 guard because I feel like the wall number 2 guard is kind of thicker. So I did that, and then I came back with the 1.5 Barberless guard. That's the original 1.5 I used in the beginning, but it guard with the lever all the way open. And I'm just going to go with the grain, and when I go under the neck, I'm gonna go against the grain a little bit just because some of the hair grows in different directions. So when I'm doing my beard fade technique, it's kind of similar to when I'm doing my fading down technique. I start with no guard on, then I close it halfway to blend out that guideline. Then I pick up the biggest guard that I need at the bottom of the beard, and then I fade up towards the top of the beard by getting smaller guards, and it creates a fade. And if you guys notice, the smaller the guard, the higher I am in the beard, because that's the fading zone for that particular guard. So right here, I'm going to prep the hairline with some holding spray and come behind it with the blow dryer to get the hair to lay down and lock in where I need it to. And you guys, using my Barberless Low Pro FX trimmers with the gold FX blade on it, I'm going in and I'm setting in that fire lineup. I'm going to sit back and let you guys watch this lineup unfold the haircut. Sometimes when the hair acting funny, I got to grab the hair a little bit to get that pinpoint lineup that I need, because sometimes the hair acts stubborn and don't want to move, so I got to kind of keep the head more still. And y'all, we keeping this lineup all natural. It's already coming out clean. Let me know what y'all think about it in the comments. So right here, we're going to be jumping into the beard line, and this is going to be super satisfying to watch how clean these lines came out and how uniform it made it look all the way around. So we got my guy all lined up from the hairline all the way to the beard. You know, I had to come behind it with that razor to make sure it's sharp to a T, man. We need it smooth all the way to the skin. Like I said, all natural cut, man. The fade came out crazy. We got the waves popping on top. But I let y'all see the before and after at the end. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, man. I really hope you learned something. And I love giving y'all these videos and giving out some free game and some entertainment to some people. Make sure y'all leave a thumbs up too, man. Leave some comments on the video. Y'all know we had to get my boy right. He came in and said, y'all need his beard chopped down and I need the crispiest fade you ever did. Y'all know he came to the right spot. Check him out. Y'all know I got my dog turned up, man. Fade crispy, line crispy. Let me know what y'all think in the comments about this haircut. And make sure if you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, you subscribe and you turn that notification bell on. Leave a thumbs up on this video too for the algorithm so I can keep growing. And you can follow me on Instagram at JoshXBarber like you see on the top of the video. Peace.
From the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
I need to mention everybody here or just?
Yes, everyone.
Yeah, good idea too. No, it's
Write
Noah
down for
and
you.
John Bishop.
Okay,
And Anita, yeah.
all right. All right,
We're rolling.
we are rolling. It is Monday, May 13th, 2013. We are in the home of William F. Russell, here before me. Esquire, doing an interview for the National Museum of African American History and Culture. My name's Taylor Branch. Bill Russell, the videographer, is John Bishop, assisted by Noah Bishop. And from the museum, we have Elaine Nichols, and we have Mr. Russell's longtime assistant and friend, Anita Diaz. And we are here to record an interview for posterity and this museum about Mr. Russell's life and views. And this is the most formal part of this interview, and we hope to just have a good time talking about the career of a legendary figure in American sports and in American life.
Did you say posterior?
All right, so we're off to the right start. So let me ask you the first question. Where do you remember getting the extraordinary laugh, which is one of the first things that people ask me about when they say that when they find out that I know you, is where did his laugh come from?
My mother. She told me never to hold back on anything. If I have to sneeze, sneeze. If you have to laugh, laugh. Don't hold it back. She said it's good for your health.
Oh, that's good. Well, you followed that advice. When we were working years ago, Bill and I have a history of doing a book together about his life. We talked an awful lot about your mother. She died long before then. I never met her. But I did know your father, Mr. Charlie. And it seemed to me in discussing and getting to know you that an awful lot of your character comes from those family people. I think the most memorable line you ever spoke to me was that you thought your character was formed by the fact that you never had a doubt that both of your parents loved you. Is that correct?
That's the first thing I can remember as a person. Is that, you're a baby, then the world opens up to you. Well, I always had the confidence that my mother and father loved me. And what they taught me was, is that if they loved me, I must be okay. So if other people encounter me and they have a problem with me, my father said, that's their little red wagon. And so I've never worked to be liked, because that would be hypocritical to me.
In your childhood was your grandfather, well, both your grandfathers, but primarily grandfather Russell, whom you call the old man.
Yes. He was extraordinary. One time in Louisiana, the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan had this black guy out in the woods beating him. And you could hear him screaming and crying for mercy, at least a mile away. So my grandfather heard that. He went and got his shotgun and loaded it with birdseed, and went out and shot into the crowd about a half a dozen times. And it dispersed the crowd. and he never went to see if the guy, he just left. And he's talking about old Doc something and others. So he's picking out bird seed for a week. And when my father was born, my grandfather realized in that part of Louisiana, there was no school for the black children. So he decided, he got to talk to some other guys, and they got together enough money, and they went to the lumber yard and bought some lumber. And they bargained and negotiated and paid for the lumber, and went and got the wagon and the mules to take the lumber to the site they were going to build a schoolhouse. So when they got back to the lumber yard to pick up the lumber, the guy at the lumber yard said, "What you boys going to do with all this lumber?" Well, one of them in the crowd said, "We're going to build a schoolhouse for the kids." He said, "They don't need to know how to read to pick cotton. In fact, I'm not letting you do anything like that. I'm not going to sell you the lumber." So my grandfather says, "Okay, well, just give me my money back." He said, "No, I'm not going to do that either." There's no agreement that a white man has to respect with a bunch of black boys. So my grandfather said, "Let me get this straight. You're not going to give us the lumber, and you're not going to give us the money back. Well, the third option is I'll have to kill you." I went to get a shotgun. And so the guy in the lumber yard said, "Well, you guys have that lumber." And so they built the schoolhouse, and they got together $53 to hire a teacher for a year to teach at the school they just built. And that was the kind of stuff where he says, he says he didn't take nothing off of nobody. And along that line, my grandfather never went to school in one single day. My father went to the 6th grade and he dropped out. I did 4 years at the University of San Francisco. And my youngest child, my daughter, graduated from Harvard Law School. So that's the evolution of the family from my grandfather to my kids, from law school to Harvard Law School.
But at the time you were born in 1934, your mother already, even though your father had practically no schooling and your grandfather had none, she valued education so much, she named your middle name is Felton after the president of, I think, Southern University at the time, is that right?
His name was Felton Clark. And so she gave me Felton to set me on a path that I was thinking about going to college. In fact, my mother died of kidney failure, okay? And she was in the hospital sick, and she knew she was dying. So she called my father and said, "I want you to promise me something, that you'll send my boys to college." And my father said he promised. So when she died, we took her to Louisiana to be buried. And while I was there, she had 5 sisters. And they were debating who's going to take me and who's going to take my brother. And he says, "That debate is no value. I'm going to take them back to California and raise them myself." They says, "No man can raise kids." He says, "Well, I promised their mother I would try." So he sold his business and went to work in a foundry for less a week than he had been making a day. And
the reason he did that is because he wanted
he had to
the
be
time at home.
Yes, he had to be home every night. He says, "You can't let kids raise themselves." And so, and I understood that. And I appreciated that. I loved him, you know. He was like his 75th birthday. And we were talking, and I said, you know, I love you. He says, well, I love you too. That was the first time he'd ever said that. But I knew it.
Yeah. I think you said at one time that when he took you and your brother back to Oakland, you went back on the train, right?
Right.
From your mother's funeral. This is in 1946. You're 12.
Yeah. Right.
It's very, very unusual that a single father, a widower, would raise his two boys. And he said he talked. I think you said he talked to you the whole way back about how you were going to live without your mother.
Yes. He said you had a tremendous loss. But you got to live the way she wanted you to live. And she wanted you to be educated. And I don't know much about it, but I'll help you whenever I can.
And he said you were going to cook and clean and...
Well, we had a setup where the week that I cooked, my brother washed the dishes. And then the next week he'd cook and I'd wash the dishes. And there was no gourmet cooks in that house.
I think I remember even earlier at one point you said that down in Louisiana, Mr. Charlie would come home from work sometimes and the whole family would go out to play and he would carry all of you?
Yes, well, he was a big, strong guy, okay? 6'3", 220 pounds. And we had this huge field with tall grass, like right in front of the house. And we'd go play hide and seek in the tall grass. When they get to our starting point, he put my brother on one arm, me on the other arm, and my mother on his back, and run full speed across that field. And I thought he was such a Superman.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he was a lot of things. And he'd always, when I was playing for the Celtics, and I was up in Cutchers in the Catskills, and Red Auerbach and I were talking, and one of the waiters came and said, "Did you hear what happened to Wilt?" And I said, "No, what, did you get a car wreck or something?" Because he used to drive fast. And he says, "No, he just signed a contract for $100,000 a year. That's the first time any NBA player had reached that plateau." In fact, I think Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, and I think Willie Mays were the only pro athletes making $100,000. So I says to Red, "Well, I know what I want." He says, "What's that?" I says, $100,000 and $1. Because I just won the MVP in this league, okay? So he said, "Okay." So I go back to my room, I call my father up, and I says, "Dad, you won't believe this. They're gonna pay me $100,000 a year to do this." Tell you the reason I called you is tell you now, you don't have to work anymore. I'll make enough that I can take care of the rest of the way. He says, "I don't want your damn money. I got my own money." I says, "But that job you got's terrible." He's working in a foundry. He says, "Listen, I've given these people 35 of the best years of my life. Now, I'm gonna give them a few of the bad ones."
That sounds like Mr. Charlie. I'd like to back up just a little bit for when you left Monroe, Louisiana, because as I understand it, at any rate, your family was part of what we now understand as the Great Migration, or at least the World War II migration. A friend of mine wrote a book about it, Isabel Wilkerson, The
Right.
Warmth of Other Suns, and
I met that lady.
she's a wonderful writer. And anyway, he left before your mother's funeral. He left Louisiana. And migrated first to Detroit and then out to Oakland.
Right.
What could you tell us exactly how that happened and why it happened?
Well, he's working at this bag factory, and he asked for a raise. And the boss said, "I can't give you a raise, Charlie. If I give you a raise, you'll be making as much as some of the white fellas, and I can't pay what you owe as much as I pay the white guys." And he used the N-word to my father, just like it was nothing. And so my father was at home that night, and he was talking out loud. He says, "You know, I'm gonna have to leave here, because if I stay here, who will raise my kids?" And they said, "Well, you can raise them." He said, "No, if I stay here, either I'll kill one of them or one of them will kill me. And either way, there'll be nobody to raise my kids." So we started working on going to Detroit. And the Ford Motor Company was hiring anybody that showed up on a wartime.
This is during World War II.
Yes. So we made arrangements to go to Detroit. Well, Saturday at noontime was payday at the factory. And he says to the boss, "Well, this is my last day." "What do you mean?" "Well, no, I'm not coming back. This is it." That's after he got the check. So the guy says, "Charlie, if you worry about that raise, I'll tell you what. You just log in 2 more hours, and that'll be your raise. You don't have to do the work, just log in." And my father said, "No, this is it." See, the guy thought he was upset about the raise, but he's upset about the boss saying the N-word to him to his face.
Right.
And so,
And that wasn't the only incident like that
right,
he
that kind of stuff happened all the time.
I remember you told one about at a gas station once where the
Yes.
guy just pumped other people's gas and left him sitting there.
Well, my father thought that he was being totally disrespected all the time. So when he told the guy he was leaving, it's noontime. At 6 o'clock the same day, he got on a train to Little Rock, okay? Headed for Detroit. That was on Saturday. Monday morning, this guy shows up at our house looking for him. He was from the draft board. And he's going to tell my father if he didn't come back to work, he's going to be drafted into the Army. But he was not eligible because he had a wife and 2 kids. And they weren't drafting those guys lately. But they didn't even care about that. So I think my father only went back when we went to my mother's funeral.
Taylor, can we pause for just a second? We're rolling again.
All right, Bill, let's pick up again with the move out of Louisiana. Your father decided he couldn't stay there. This is right at the beginning of World War II, and he moved first to Detroit, and then from there to Oakland, and he sent for the family from Oakland. Is that right? How did that occur?
Well, if you've ever been to Detroit in the wintertime, he said that was killing him. It was too cold. So he moved to Oakland, California, and went to work in shipyards. And he worked in shipyards until the war was over. And then they closed the shipyards. They stopped everything. So he had an idea. He bought himself a truck and started going out to the valley, which was 45 an hour away. and started talking to the farmers about getting fruit pickers. And he made quite a business out of it. And so, from the time after we went back from my mother's funeral, until I got to college, I always bought my school clothes picking fruit. And I was so proud of how much money I could make. It wasn't any money, but it was some money what I could make. And so I enrolled in the university. Yeah, you know what's really funny about that? When I was in Louisiana, my mother kept me away from white people as much as she could. And she kept white people away from me because she said, you don't know what they'll do, okay? And so when I first went to California, I went to school with some white kids. But then by the time I got to high school, it was an all-black school, except for the faculty. And then I went to university, and there were 9 black kids on the campus of the whole student body. And so I was back into that, and you might say cultural shock. But I had a pretty good career, and I was self-taught how to play. And the reason I say that is I got cut from the junior varsity in the 11th grade. And so while I was absorbing this, the varsity coach, who had been my homeroom teacher in junior high school, says to me, I'm glad you got cut. Why are you glad? He says, because today you can come out for the varsity. I said, I just got cut from junior varsity. He says, I'm not a junior varsity coach, I'm the varsity coach. So I'm on the varsity. And he says, I want you to wait up to practice, the first practice. I said, what? He says, let's go. He got his car and drove us to the boys' club. And then he took $2 out of his pocket and bought me a year's membership. And said, I want you, after practice here, I want you to go to the boys' club and play basketball every day. And so that's what I did, and that's where I learned to play. And so I had the good fortune of not being influenced by a coach. And so, could you hold up for a second?
Sure.
University, all the cliche things that a college basketball player does, I didn't do any of them. So they figured I couldn't play. So they're doing my whole freshman year, they considered that a waste of a scholarship. And so my sophomore year, they did not renew my scholarship. But the coach, I guess feeling guilty, he went to the dean of College of Business Administration and found an unused scholarship. So I played my sophomore year on an academic scholarship. And so my career, my sophomore year, there were a couple of things that made it interesting. Four of the top 6 players on the varsity my sophomore year told the coach that they did not appreciate him making them have to play with black guys. Now, he never told me that until I had retired from the Celtics. But I know I didn't get along with these guys. And a lot of things happened. I just said this is part of life. And my first varsity game set the tone of my relationship with the coach. We played Cal Berkeley, and the center was a preseason All-American. The game starts, and the first five shots he took, I blocked. And nobody in the building had ever seen anything like that. So they called timeout to discuss it, what it was I was doing, because they didn't know what I was doing. So we get in our huddle, and my coach says, "You can't play defense like that." What? I just stopped him 5 times in a row. That's not the way to play defense. So he showed me on the sidelines there how he wanted me to play defense. So I go back out and I tried, and the guy shoots layups 3 times in a row. And I said, this does not make sense. So I went back to playing the way I knew how. He was really insulted by that. He was trying to help me, and I was hard-headed and stubborn and didn't know what I was doing, and he was trying to help me to figure out what I was doing, and I rejected. So he never liked me as a player from then on.
We're talking about the beginning of your basketball career at the University of San Francisco.
Right.
52 to 56. Basketball was taught differently then. I mean, some of the things that people now wouldn't be familiar with is that you weren't supposed to leave your feet. And
Yeah, no good defensive player ever leaves his feet.
Right.
Well, basically what I was doing, in retrospect, was bringing the vertical game to a game that had been horizontal. And this is an altogether new element. See, in high jump, which I participated in track and field, I could jump over my head. Well, in basketball in the gym, we should do an exercise where we take chalk and put it on your finger and run and jump as high and put a chalk mark. Well, I can put a chalk mark 13 feet above the floor, which is the top of the backboard. And that was going to waste. So for 3 years, this coach did not like me. But I made up my mind that I was going to see how good I could be. So I really worked at developing the game, and part of my game was logistics. And so I learned how to cover great distances in a short period of time. And so I developed how to play. Well, he never agreed with that. Although my junior and senior year, we won 55 straight games, which is not bad. It was a record at the time, and we also won back-to-back Final Fours. And I set a record that still stands today in 2013. I had 27 rebounds in the championship game. And that's still a record. And I had 50 rebounds in the 2 games, the semifinals and the finals, which is still a record. But my coach was kind of a purist. This is the way the game is supposed to be played. And I wasn't doing that.
Some of this you once said that even before you got to the University of San Francisco that a lot of your skills in basketball came from mental games that you
Yes.
did from drawing. That you had drawn out of a library and that imagining things in art on a trip into the Northwest. How did
At
that
at that time, I had the ability to use my imagination, and so I went on this trip with these really first-class basketball players, and I watched them do everything, and I watched the total person, the footwork, head fakes, whatever, dribbling, the whole thing, and the next day, like a shoot-around, I would try to do these things. And so, as I told one of the guys in Oakland, he says, what about San Francisco? I said, well, the best way to explain it is I was already where I was going to be when I got there. You know, and have I told you about when we first moved into the projects and my mother was getting the apartment together and I was sitting on the steps, staying out of the way, and these 5 guys ran by. And one of them slept as he went by. Well, I was 9 years old, and I did what 9-year-olds are supposed to do. I went and told my mother. And she said, what? She grabbed the keys to the house and grabbed me, and we went all through the projects looking for those 5 guys. And so she says, these are the guys? I said, yes, ma'am. I didn't know what she's going to do. I thought she's going to take care of me. But the way she took care of me was, okay, you're going to find every one of them, all 5 of them, one at a time. Thanks, Mom. So I go into 5 fights, and I lose 3 and win 2. And so we're going back to our place, and I'm crying, and she says, don't cry. You did what you're supposed to do. Doesn't matter whether you won or lost. The matter is you stood up for yourself. And that's what you must always do. Stand up for yourself. And so that day changed my whole attitude about, she says, I don't want you to ever pick a fight. But always finish the fight that you're in. Mm-hmm. And so that's the kind of stuff I got from my mother. My father, the roles almost reversed. She taught me to be a tough fighter, and he told me to be philosophical.
Well, he was philosophical.
Yes, he was. You know, Greg Taylor, I'll tell you how my father was. He would never take anything from me. I was making a lot of money. He would never take anything. He says his attitude was, I got my own money. I don't need yours. So for his birthday one year, I went to a local automobile dealer and bought a car. And told the salesman, I want you to take this car and deliver it to this address. And don't say anything, just when the man comes to the door, have the keys and say, that's your car, and leave. No explanation. So I called him up and I said, did you get your car? He said, yes. I just can't believe anybody do something that nice for me. I said, well, it's okay. So a week later, he calls me up. I said, okay, how you doing? He said, I ought to kick your ass. What? What did I do? He says, I just got my first speeding ticket.
At San Francisco, think you once said 1956 was a pretty amazing year in sports. That's your senior year, and you were not only in the NCAA Final Four for the second year in a row winning it, but you also went to the Olympics and straight into the NBA.
Right. Well, we won the Final Four.
Who did you beat? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, we beat Iowa. Nice bunch of men, too. You know, you play against guys, and the guys at Iowa were first-class bunch of guys. You know, in fact, for years I kept up with them long after we played against each other. In fact, my counterpart, Bill Logan, who's a center, was the head of the Iowa Bankers Association. Years later, I went and speak to one of their conventions. Well, anyway, I was on the Olympic team. And in the gold medal game, we beat the Soviet Union by 35 points. We were kind of mean guys. See, in the tournament, we played a team from Thailand, okay? Their center is 5'10". And so you would say, well, these guys are competition, let's just walk through it. No. Let's find out how bad we can beat these guys. We were going to try to beat them by 100 points. I don't think we got maybe to 80, 85. But I had a lot of fun. So after the Olympics, I went home, got married, and then went to Boston. And I had not talked to the Celtics before that. I was really an amateur. And I got there, and we had an idea of what it was going to be. It took about half an hour to work that out. And so in these 13 months, the Final Four, the Olympic gold, and my rookie year, we won the NBA. So we were in the college championship, the World Amateur Championships, and the Professional Championship in 13 months. And that's a pretty good run.
Is it true that when you went to Boston that Walter Brown, the owner of the Celtics, and Red Auerbach and Bill Sharman met you at the airport?
Well, I think Red was on the road.
Oh.
But Bill Sharman, no, it was all three of them, you're right. Red, Walter Brown, and
Bill Sharman.
Bill Sharman. Now, Walter Brown was one of the most marvelous people I've ever encountered.
The owner of the Celtics.
Yes. See, there were things that the Celtics did that I don't think are common knowledge. The first black player drafted in the NBA was a guy named Chuck Cooper from Duquesne. The Celtics drafted him. And at the draft, one of the other owners said to Walter Brown, you know he's colored. And Walter Brown said, I don't care if he's polka dot. That's who we drafted. Okay, fast forward. The Celtics were the first NBA team to start 5 black guys. It was an accident, and I'll show you how the Celtics were. We had been doing it for over a week and didn't know it until we read about it in the paper. See, Tommy Hudson was one of the forwards, and he got injured. And so his substitute went in and filled in until Hudson got back. And so he had 5 black guys start. And like I said, we didn't know about it until we read the paper. because this was these are guys in our rotation, you know. And so now you got first black guy signed, the first 5 black guys starting. We had a guy named Sam Jones from North Carolina College, one of the, quote, traditional Negro colleges. Well, we drafted Sam in the first round. That was the first time in any sport that a guy from one of the Negro colleges was drafted in the first round. You see, the difference is, if you draft in the first round, you're on the team, you have to play your way off. If you drafted in the second round, you got to make the team. And so your compensation is different. So Sam was our first pick. And turned out to be a great, great pick. And then the Celtics were the first team to hire a black coach.
You.
Yeah. And the way that happened was Auerbach says to me, I'm retiring. And I'll have to pick the next coach. And I will not hire anybody that you do not approve of 100%. So he says, what we're going to do is we're going to you make a list and I'll make a list of 5 guys that'd be okay with you, and I'll have 5 guys okay with me. And whoever's on both lists is that's who'll get the job. Well, there was nobody on both lists. And so Red says, well, I'm going to hire this one guy. I says, Red, if you hire him, I will retire with you. What's the matter? Don't you think he's a good coach? I said, it make a difference. I don't even want to be in the same room with him. So he said, well, what am I going to do? Well, going back, he had offered me the job first. And I said, Red, I watched the stuff you went through. No way. And so he said, well, what am I going to do? I said, okay, I'll take it. I said, here's the deal, though, Red. I'll take the job. If it doesn't work, we'll know after by the All-Star game. And if we agree it's not working, you can hire anybody you want, and I guarantee to give them 100% cooperation. But we never got to that.
So that was the deal.
Yes.
That's 1966, right? You're the first
Yes.
black not only a coach, but a player coach. What is that? Had there been other player coaches in the NBA?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
You know.
And no assistant coaches. I mean, people today must be shocked. There are so many, I don't know how many assistant coaches there are.
Well, Red says, do you want an assistant? I said, no. He said, why not? I said, okay, Red, give me one of your assistants. Well, Red had never had an assistant. Okay. So I asked him, why don't you have an assistant? He said, that's just another guy you have to coach. And the atmosphere in Boston would have been detrimental to the situation, I thought, if I had an assistant coach. Because half a season into it, they said, well, that guy's doing all the coaching. Russell's just a figurehead. No matter what. Well, if I was going to coach, I wanted to be the coach. Okay? And so that's the way I was doing it. And it's very interesting that Red's last year as a coach, he got thrown out of 22 games, including the All-Star game. And so as a captain, I had to take the rest of the game. So I went in with some experience on how to do it. And we had, as a captain, we used to play gin rummy at night after games because neither one of us could sleep after a game. And we talk about coaching philosophy. And what he wanted to do was set up a system, make sure that everybody knows it, and then get the hell out the way. And that was the way he coached. And that's the way he got the team together. Because I trusted him completely. And he used to do some things that I'd asked him about. For example, I played for Boston for 13 seasons. And during that 13 seasons, we only made one trade. And we picked some guys up after they retired, and we give them another year. But he never said to anybody, the way you played there, you got to play different here. I got you here because of the way you played there. So I don't want you to change. That's the way I want you to play. And so guys did not have to, quote, to play for the Celtics, did not have to learn a new way of playing. He got you there for where you were before you got here. And he had a place for you in that system.
Why did he get thrown out of so many
I
games?
want to pause for a second.
Oh.
We're back.
Why did Red Auerbach get thrown out of so many games? Did it serve a purpose, or was it just his personality?
A combination. He was never going to sit on the sideline and say, what the heck? He says, my team, I can't get my team to fight for me if I won't fight for them. In fact, my first game, referee called goaltending, which was not goaltending. Red went nuts. He got to yell and scream and stomped until the referee called a technical on him. And, but they were careful after that when they called goaltending. That was his purpose. And after the game, I said to Red, you're the first coach since high school that looked out for me. He says, I can't expect my players to fight for me if I won't fight for them. That's just the way I coach. It wasn't you. Thanks, Red.
Could you talk a little bit? You played on storied Celtic teams. You won 11 championships in 13 years. Just a little bit of personality sketches of the various players on the team, like Sam Jones, and what they were like.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, more important to me than winning 11 championships, we won 8 in a row. That is difficult. Because you got to do the same things without repeating yourself, which takes some planning. Well, I played with some guys that we had a family. I liked all the guys except for 2, and they will never know who they were. And these 2 I was ambivalent about, Bill Sharman, most thoughtful player I ever played with. He did everything by the numbers and would fight at the drop of a hat and was always throwing sombreros around. I think Sharman led the league in fights. Cousy could not fight, okay? So one of the things Red did was very interesting. We used to play at Syracuse, and their guards used to beat up Cousy. Just beat him up. Okay, that's a foul. But we're going to still beat him up. So Red got so incensed about that. So one night he says, okay, we had a guy named Jungle Jim Luskatoff. Big, look like he'd been lifting weights and all that. He says, Lusky, listen, I want you to watch. The first guy that hits Cousy, I want you to turn around and knock the hell out of Dolph Shays. Shays was their best player, and he played forward. So over here, this guy hits Cousy, whack! And Shays said, what the hell's going on? Why'd you hit me? You know? In fact, the next time we played there, all the fans had cardboard hatchets. It said Luskatoff was a hatchet man. But what they hadn't noticed was every time the guy hit Cousy, that was a clue for Luskatoff to hit Shays. And so they figured out that maybe we shouldn't be beating up on Cousy, you know. And so Red always had a purpose for everything he did, you know. And
Cousy was the star of the Celtics when you arrived.
Yes.
Right? How did the two of you get along?
perfect. There was never any negative exchange between the two of us. In fact, I took the attitude, I don't know if it was proper, but Kuz was not a stalwart on defense. Okay? How's that? Is that okay?
Gentle.
Yeah, okay. But I never complained to him or to anybody. I looked at the situation and I talked to Kuz about it. And I says, well, when this guy comes up and you guard him, make him go left if he's right-handed. And as soon as he gets past you, run to the center. So I don't want him to be able to throw a bounce pass to the center because he can't throw it over the top because I won't let him. Okay? So now, Kuz intercepted a lot of passes because they tried to throw a bounce pass and he was in the lane. And so I used to lead the league way lead in block shots. Well, a great majority of them were all Kuz's man. And we turned that, and then he and I would talk, and one day he says to me, you know, on the rebounds and block shots, you come on the ball, you're looking for me. When the shot's taken, I'll run over to this spot over here. It's halfway between the free throw line and the half court on the left side. And so if we're on the road, I look for the green. Then out of the corner of my eye, I didn't have to turn around and look. I could catch the ball, catch the rebound, and just change direction. He would take 2 dribbles and we'd have a layup. And so I felt, see, my whole thing was I found out that in order to get any recognition, I would have to change my complexion. And so what I decided to do, and I was in college also, try to win every game. And so when my career's over, they said, so-and-so's better, he's better, he's better. In fact, my second year in the league, the players, in those days, we had to vote for the MVP. You could not vote for your own team, but you could vote for anybody you wanted. Well, I was overwhelming MVP. It wasn't even close. the writers, or the media, whatever you call it, picked me second team all league. So I think I'm still the only guy that ever got an MVP and be second team all league. And so I wasn't going to let that bother me. Because my emphasis was on winning on a team game.
Why did Cousy never referred to Red Auerbach as Red? Is that right? He had eccentricities.
Yeah, what did he call him? Arnold.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Well, you know, it started out a kind of a shaky relationship, but evolved into a good relationship. When Cousy was a senior at Holy Cross, Red when it came to his pick, he did not pick Cousy. Because Red's theory about winning was put a team together that can play against the best team, and the rest of it will take care of itself, which is solid, I think. Well, the dominant player was a guy named George McCann, incidentally one of the great guys that ever played in the NBA. So there was a kid, a big guy from Bowling Green, could match McCann physically, and he had some skills. So Red drafted him. And I asked Red, well, what happened? He says, well, the press in Boston tried to crucify Red because they said how stupid he was not to draft Cousy. But everybody knew he was the best player in the world. So Red said, well, that's the way I want it. That's the way I think I should do it. One of the guys says, well, we're going to run you out of town. You've insulted all of us. And besides that, you're a Jew, and we don't like Jews either. So I asked Red, how'd you handle that? He says, I'll just outlive the bastards.
So he had some of Mr. Charlie's advice, or your mother's advice. That's their little red wagon.
How's that?
That's their little red wagon. If
Oh,
you're
yes.
upset about it.
Oh, yeah, that's, see, Red knew what he's doing. I don't know if most people know this. Red used to practice with us. He was a decent shooter, and we had a game, we played 21, and he'd be out there with us all the time. See, he played college ball. In fact, my first tournament in college was the all-college tournament in Oklahoma City. And very interesting. The coach of Wichita, who was, it was 8 teams. We were seated 8th, and Wichita was seated 1. So what they do to you, if you're seated 8th, they throw you to the wolves. You have to play the top seed team the first game. So it's like a warm-up for them, okay? So the coach says he never heard of the USF. He thought it was San Francisco State. Well, when we got ready for the tournament, he found out it was USF. So he sent his brother out to scout us. Well, he picked the last game we lost in college to scout us, UCLA at Westwood. So he says, guys, I don't know anything about these guys. This is just before the game. He said, I don't know anything about these guys, but my brother scouted them, and he's going to give you a quick rundown. So his brother said, well, guys, I don't know how to tell you this, but these guys cannot play a lick. In fact, most of the good high school teams in the state of Kansas can beat these guys. They got 2 guards when we changed one of the guards since the last game that we lost. And so the two guards can't put the ball in the ocean. Well, one of those guards was a guy named Casey Jones, who was a fair player. He said, they got this tall colored kid that plays center. He does not do anything. And they never passing the ball. In our system, they never had a play for me to shoot. So all he does is stand around, and he jumps a lot. Sometimes for no reason, he just stand there and jump. And so don't worry about it. Just go out and just run about the gym, and then the subs can play the rest of the game. I don't think that coach can play you started over 15 minutes. So the game starts. 3 minutes into the game, they call timeout. The score was 25-3. They couldn't, first of all, Case and Perry, full court press, they couldn't get the ball over half court. And when they got over half court, they'd throw up a shot, I'd block it, and they'd shoot layups. And so it was a disaster for them. Halftime, we were 30 points ahead. And then the next game, we played Oklahoma City University, and we only beat them by 19. And so the championship game, we played George Washington. That's where Red went to college. And he played his coach was still coaching. And so, started the second half, we outscored them 22-1. And so, after the game, Ron Hart, Red's old coach, college coach, called Red up at midnight. Hey, Red, I just saw something. I just saw the player. This is the one you want to get for the Celtics. Now, he's a junior. So you got 2 years to figure out how to get him for your team. And so that's when Red started to work on getting me to Boston.
Can we pause for a second? We're back.
You know, it's amazing to me, you're talking about games over nearly 60 years ago. Do you think any athlete at the level you played remembers they're still vivid to you?
Well, you know, I'll tell you what, my late wife was always trying to do something for me. And so I bought her, both of us got computers at the same time. And she had her computer, I had my computer. And so, to learn her computer, she started going on eBay and see if there's anything on there. So one day she says, I got something for you. What's that? It's a basketball game, University of San Francisco, 1955. And I think you in college did and played at the University of San Francisco. So we have a video of it, a tape. So we sat down and turned it on. And I said, oh, that's Oregon State at USF. She said, how'd you know? I said, I just saw that introduction. And I told her, truthfully, every play before it happened for the whole game. And she said, now how do you remember that? That was 40 or 50 years ago. I said, there was a time before I tried to consciously stop doing it. I remembered every play of every game I ever played. I did that for scouting purposes, so that if I play this guy again, I know exactly what he does. See, because my defense was not reaction, it was action. You come up to me, Taylor, and you're a player, and you have a shot you want, I don't know. I'm gonna make you take the shot I want you to take. and then I played that.
That's a remarkable way your brain works, though. I mean, the only thing that I know that's comparable to it is friends of mine who can remember the lyrics of every music, you know, because that's an emotional tie. Their head is stuffed with lyrics from music from their childhood, but you can remember plays over a long career like that. It's really
Even now, I've tried constantly to forget most of them. I remember plays that I did in high school. The game that I got the scholarship from, we were playing Oakland High at Oakland High. And I had 1, 3, and 5 leading scorers in the conference on my team. So there was not much left over. Okay? So we had a close game. In the first half, I scored the last 3 baskets of the first half. So we went into the second half up by 1 point. We get down to the last few minutes, and I scored the last 4 baskets for my team. And we won by 1 point, I think it was. Well, I remember every one of those plays. And they were all hustle plays, get offensive rebounds. But mostly for scouting, for me, because I was never going to be reacting the second time I played against you. The first time, you might do a move and, hey, okay, don't do it again.
At McClymonds, just for historical purposes, at McClymonds, your high school, you were there at the same time Frank Robinson, the baseball player, was. Did you know him? Is that?
Yeah, of course. Frank, in fact, Frank today, if I run into Frank, he'll tell me, you know, I was a better basketball player than you at McClymonds. What's remarkable about Frank, he's a really good guy. And my coach in high school was a wonderful, wonderful man. He was the only white guy that would let the black kids play on his American Legion team. And so at one time, he had 13 guys in the major leagues. And Frank was one of them, Vader Penson, and just as important, a guy named Kurt Flood. These guys, and I'll tell you the truth, when we were in high school, Frank was a great player, but all we ever heard about was a guy named J.W. Porter. He played for Oakland Tech, a big red-headed guy. And according to the local press, J.W. could walk on water without getting his ankles wet. But Frank, you know, he might have been all city, but J.W. was the man. Well, I'll tell you a story about Frank, if you don't mind. We're in a golf tournament down in San Diego. Sitting to my right is Frank Robinson. Sitting to my left, Bob Gibson, a Hall of Fame pitcher. So I brought up a conversation. I said, Frank, don't you hold a record for the most hit by a pitcher in the major leagues? He said, yeah. I said, who hit you the most? So Bob Gibson was one of the few college guys in the major leagues when he was in the major league. You know, he went to Creighton. So Bob is embarrassed by this, sincerely embarrassed. So he says to me, Bill, let me tell you, I did not want to hit him all those times. So, but Frank put his left elbow over the plate. So he took away the inside pitch. You couldn't throw inside because he was up over the plate. If you threw the inside pitch, you'd hit him. So he says, one day I decided, I'm just not going to hit him anymore. I'm just not going to do that. So I threw a pitch on the outside. We never did fire that baseball. He said, well, I guess I'll have to hit him.
At USF, was it at USF you also high jumped with Johnny Mathis, the singer?
Well, Taylor, you got it backwards.
I got it back. He high jumped with you.
Aha!
All right.
No, I was just kidding.
Yeah.
No, he's been a friend for at least, it seems like at least 60 years. And he was a good high jumper. I was in the top 5 in the world, including my freshman year. And I went to a track meet up at University of Nevada, Reno. And I set the field record in high jump. It lasted 3 weeks. Johnny Mathis went up there and broke it. And I never forgave him for that either. But he was, he played, he's a good basketball player. So we had a summer league, and he played at it. So we had an awards dinner, okay? So all the guys in the league were at this dinner. And so for the entertainment at the dinner, the MC said, we're going to have one of our participants sing a song for us. Oh, boy. No one knows any basketball player that could sing. Okay. So he gets up a cappella and sings Strange in Paradise. After the song, dead silence. Nobody in the place could believe what we just heard. He was so good, and nobody even suspected he could sing. And so none of us were ever surprised when he went on to this great career.
He has had a great career since. Let's cover just a few of the other Celtics that you played with to do personality sketches of. I know you talked about Sam Jones a little bit, but I think I remember you were saying that he could be exasperating because on the one hand he was a great leader, on the other hand you would tell him to call the plays and he would say, I don't call the plays. So,
well, it started out when Sam was a rookie. In practice, Sam was as good a player as I'd ever seen, okay? So on the way home, I let him, because the way the salary structure was, you didn't get paid until the season started. So all through training camp, all you got was meal money. So I brought Sam home with me, and they stayed with me until he started getting paid. Okay? So all the way home after practice, I said, Sam, you can really play. He said, I know it. So I said, why don't you play like that all the time? You could be first team all league. You could make a lot of money. He said, I don't want to do that. I said, why not? I do not want to have to play like that every night. He says, that'll wear you out as much as playing. The responsibility of, that if you don't play well, the team not doing well. I said, okay, Sam, I can live with that. And so Sam could have been one of the all-time greats if he had wanted to, it was great, I thought. Because in our run of, he was on 10 championship teams. He was never an innocent bystander. And at least 6 times that I can recall, Sam took the shot that meant the season. And he never hesitated to take the shot, and he never missed. Now, a couple of other guys were, like Tom Heinsohn. Everybody thought of him as a big, gruff, hard-nosed guy. Tommy was an artist and a poet. He said, Heinsohn, a poet? You know, and one of the all-time, for me, one of the all-time good guys. Okay? And one of my teammates, one of my favorite teammates.
You said that Red had to motivate him differently than he motivated you, right?
Well, Red had a system. He'd figure out, part of his strategy was, how many minutes can you play in a row and be effective? And so he'd start Heinsohn, at the end of 6 minutes, he'd take him out. And no matter how he's playing. And so Heinsohn said this great public statement, Red, you hold me up to public scorn. and Red says, to hell with it. He said, why are you taking him out up 6 minutes? If he's playing good, he's tired. If he's not playing good, if he's not tired, he ain't playing good. So at 6 minutes, get him out of there. And so Heinsohn considered Red using him as a whipping boy. And there was some justification for feeling that way. You know, and but Red actually really cared for the players.
What about Ramsey?
Now, you know, Ramsey,
Frank Ramsey.
we got along from the first moment we met. And because Frank and I were only interested, we're both only interested in one thing, winning. And that's his whole thing. Now, Red used I call it almost a psych job, but Frank is too smart to use a psych job. Frank, when he got there, he had been in the Army, and he got there, he's playing with us on weekend passes. So he was always coming off the bench. And so next year, Frank is coming off the bench. And Red talks to him and says, now, you should be a starter. And I will never refer to you as second team. I will call you my 6th starter. And you will always be my first substitute. Well, that took care of, all of us had egos, and all of us wanted to be starter or whatever. So Frank bought it. So Frank personified 6th man. In fact, they named an award in the NBA after what Frank started. And I'll never forget one night I got one of my front teeth knocked out. I never had anything like that happen. So I look at this, one of my front teeth in my hand. And I don't know what to do. So I said to Frank, look at that. And Frank took out his bridge, where was both his front teeth. He said, here, Russ, look at that.
He was from Kentucky, right?
Yes, and you know what's really funny was his coach had said they shouldn't let these black guys play, or the Jews either. And coming from that atmosphere, Frank and I never discussed it. We were teammates with this idea we both win, and both us showed the other guy complete and total respect. You know, and I'll never forget after one of our championships, Frank says, "Hey, Russ, after the season's over, why don't you come down and spend a week with me down in Kentucky?" I said, "Frank, you're a good guy. There's no way in hell I'm going to go spend a week in Kentucky."
How about Havlicek? He took that six-man role from Ramsey, right?
Yeah, Frank showed him how to do it. And as Havlicek had played in college, you always hit the open man. Well, in pro ball, you set up so the best shooter gets the shots, you know. And so we give him Havlicek the ball, and nobody even in 10 feet, and he's looking for somebody to pass to. Havlicek, shoot the ball. Okay. So this goes on for a while. So one night he took us up, shot 38 times. So to show you the kind of guys we were, what kind of team we had, we get the trainer to leave the bench early and go to the locker room and fill a tub with ice. And so when we came out of the game, after the game, we all iced down Havlicek's arm.
Because he had shot so, yeah.
Well, you know, we all had something that we did well. And we always tried to put our teammates in a position to do what they did well. So that every play consisted of 5 guys doing something. And so that when you got an open shot, because we all worked to get you an open shot. And that was part of our thing. And it's like we almost developed what we call the Celtic way. Is that the attitude was be kind to your teammates. Now, what does that sound like in pro ball? Well, what do you mean by be kind? Well, first of all, what is kindness? Kindness is an act of strength. I can do this, and I will do that. Okay? That's strength and kindness. Okay? So, like Satch was guarding Bill Bradley one night in Madison Square Garden. And Bradley was shooting him out the gym. I mean, he was good moving without the ball. So I says to Satch, "Hey, Satch, this is the time when I said, there's something you ought to know. On the Knickerbocker uniforms, there's a small number in front and a big number on the back. I know you haven't seen that small number." But there is one. So, the story happened. Bill Bradley told me about it. That same game, Bradley's having a good night. So we lined up for free throws. Me and Willis on that side, Satch and Bradley on the other side. I was a captain, so I called timeout. I walk across the lane. Now, I don't know if this language is okay for your thing, is.
I think it'll be all right.
So I walk over to Satch, and Bradley, who told me the story later, because I pointed to Bradley, I says, "Can you guard that motherfucker?" Now that shocked Bradley. He'd never been called that before. That was the idea. Satch said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, guard him, God damn it." And we went back across the lane. And Bill Bradley told me the story later. He said he never hit another shot. He said because I had thrown him off, you know. And that was the idea of we should try all kind of weird things to get.
So your comment was aimed at Bradley, not
Oh,
so much
yeah.
at Satch.
Right. I was looking at Satch, but it was aimed at Bradley.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you pause for a second?
Sure.
We're rolling again.
I'd like to shift a little bit to talking about race themes. You've talked about them a little bit growing up. That your mom didn't want you around white folks, and that when you went to USF for the first time, you were in a sea of white folks
Right.
and Jesuits to boot on a Jesuit campus there at San Francisco. But obviously, you've dealt with race your whole life. A lot of the talk that you've when we've discussed it had been basically about perspective and how people see things and what people are not conscious of. If I'm not mistaken, you said that the first time you went to the movies and you saw King Kong, the movie, you
Yeah.
came out of there with a different perspective than anybody else in the theater.
Yeah, I think so. I look at this big old gorilla, okay? And he's been taking these sacrifices, obviously for years and years. The first time they put a white woman out there, he fell in love with her. Now, I just thought that was odd.
But most people didn't. Most people saw that as the romance of the film. You said that often he'd had sacrifices and of African women that he would come and take them and kill them and probably eat them. But the first time he puts a white woman out there, he falls in love with his food.
Yeah.
So it's just how people look at things and what people take for granted. You said, was it your high school coach that said you can't fight on the basketball court because if black kids fight, it's a riot, and if white
Yes.
kids fight, it's a skull?
Yeah, this is the same guy that my high school coach, he says, let's keep things in perspective. No fighting. It's not because I'm afraid that you're afraid. I don't think that at all. But if we get into 3 fights, we are a bunch of thugs. And you know, no matter how well we play, just those thugs from the climbers. Well, so when they find out how good you are, there'll be guys that are trying to pick a fight. Because that's the only way they think they can compete. Well, when they try to pick a fight, you don't fight, you play harder. And you beat them with a game of basketball.
That you have to play harder
Yeah.
because in effect the
Yes.
race, you have to make up for that.
Yeah. Well, I know when I was a rookie with the Celtics, none of the guys in the league had ever seen me play because I played on the West Coast. And so this guy I played against told me this story years later. He was the center for the Fort Wayne Pistons, there before they were Detroit. And we started the game. He'd never seen me play. And the first 5 shots he took, I blocked him. Well, his coach had been a referee, had a real scratchy voice, and you could hear him all over the gym. And he says, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Let that rookie embarrass you like that. Damn rookie, look at him, making you look bad. You embarrassed all of us." And so this guy's listening to this for about 5 minutes. And he says, "Now, I got to get out of this. What am I going to do?" Okay. I know that he will fight. Okay. So I'm going to hit him. We're going to get in a fight, and we'll both get thrown out of the game for fighting. There were a couple things he did not know. I would never fight in the first quarter. We get to the last quarter now, we can talk about it. Okay? So he just turned around and hit me in the chest. Whack! Knocked my breath out of me. And so I just looked at him. And I didn't say a word because I used to never talk. And so what he did not know, that between high school and college, I had worked in the shipyards, San Francisco Naval Shipyard. And we had a lunchtime volleyball competition. And so I learned how to spike the ball. You know, we passed on spiking. So the next time he shot, I spiked it right in his head. That's no foul. That's competition. The next 3 times he shot, the third time he shot and ducked.
Speaking of race in basketball, and I want to transition after the break to talk a little bit about your time in Boston. The Celtics, as you said earlier, were the first team in the NBA to draft a black player. They were also, Boston, the Red Sox, were the last baseball team to take a black player. Not until 12 years after Jackie Robinson did they get Pumpsie Green. So when you were in Boston, it was a city that was just its 2 sports teams were the first and last on that.
Yeah.
How racial? How did you learn about race in Boston?
Well, it didn't take very long. Like that long after I got there, they started having problems with the busing and all that kind of stuff. And they were very negative about it. And like a couple of sports writers told Heinsohn that they would never vote for me for anything. Okay? I'll give you an example. 1969. We were our second championship in a row. Okay? They had a parade on Friday afternoon. Friday morning, a reporter from the Boston Herald walked into Red's office and said, "Are you satisfied with the coaching you had this year?" Red said, "What the hell are you talking about? We just won a championship." He said, "Yeah, but if you'd had a better coach, couldn't you have won more regular season games?" All it was, they did not want Bill Russell or any black guy coaching their Celtics, which finally become theirs. And Red says to me, calls me up after the guy leaves. He says, "Do you believe this?" I said, "Red, it doesn't make any difference. I'm not going to do that stuff anymore anyway." That's how I announced I was retiring. And the reason I never said anything about retiring before, it had been a tradition with the Celtics. The guys announced before the last season before the season starts, this is going to be their last year. Well, Sam Jones had announced that this is going to be his last year. There's no way I was going to ever rain on Sam's parade and say, well, I'm retired too. No, that's not, you can't do that. You know, not to a player I held in such high esteem as Sam Jones. Mm-hmm. So Red says to me, don't tell anybody, because I got to try to change your mind. Tell you how respectful Red was. He never, ever mentioned that again. You know. And because when he decided to retire as a coach, I said, Red, why don't you coach one more year and I can retire with you? He says, no, I've had it, this is it. And I never brought that up again. Because I respect that he was an intelligent, thoughtful man. And if he decided to do that, all you could do is say, it's been great fun, Red. That's all you could do. Mm-hmm. And that's the same thing he said with me, you know. You know, in fact, tell you how the Celtics were to me. I call them my Celtics. That's Walter Brown and Red Auerbach. In the middle 60s, Walter Brown called me up and says, I need to talk to you. Okay. When do you want to do it? He says, well, when can you get in here? I said, well, Walter, I don't have a job. I can come in right now. He says, I'll wait for you. So I go into Walter Brown's office, and he's sitting there with his desk is full of papers and stuff. He says, see these papers? I say, yeah, not very neat. He says, those are the papers of the Boston Celtics. Those are the books for the Boston Celtics. And the reason I'm showing them to you is I want you to go through them. We don't pay you enough. You know it, I know it, and anybody that's interested knows that we don't pay you enough. But I'm already paying you more than I can afford because we're losing money. But I want you to know that we know that you're underpaid. And we can afford to pay you more now. But as soon as if we make enough money that we can, I'll make it up to you. And he says, because you never held us up. You could have held us up, but you didn't. And I want you to know that I appreciate it. As a consequence, after Walter died, my last contract with the Celtics, Red gave me an 8-year, no-cut contract at 35. That means I could play for the Celtics if I wanted to until I was 43. But in order to collect it, I did not have to play. I could bring my doctor in and say, I want to play this year. But my doctor says he doesn't think I can do it. Then they got to pay me for that year. Now, I only played 1 year on that contract, and then I left. And they said, well, why did you take the money? I said, I could not take money that I did not earn. I got that from my father.
Yeah. Same reason he didn't want your money. You
Right.
to earn it. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Is that all right?
Okay, we're going now.
Let's talk some about, your philosophical views and also public life outside of sports. We're going to talk more about sports too. But from very early on, it seemed to me that you started thinking about how sports fit into other life. You used to say even that sports was a mixture of art and war, and that it was like politics, religion, and the arts, that sports could gather people. When did you start thinking philosophically about the place of sports in life?
Well, I think it, when my high school coach told us no fighting.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? And you have to be aware. I think the key phrase to me has been, it is far more important to understand than it is to be understood. And so, take things as they come. It's like you walk into this room, and it is. Now, what's good or bad is your perception. Right or wrong is your perception. And after you make a judgment, the next question is, what are you going to do about it? Okay. So, now, if you lose control, you will end your life being a bitter, annoyed old man. But if you take control of your life as much as possible, because you understand, then you then have a chance to be happy. You know, because now, when I was in college, I found out that there were not any blacks that were top of their field, no matter what sport. Now, you take Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle. If Willie Mays had hit 100 home runs in a season, Mickey Mantle still would have been the best baseball player. Now, Willie could get annoyed by that, or he just go out and say, well, next year I have to hit 200. And go, you know what I mean? And so, like, my junior year in college, I may have told you about it. We were 28-1. We won the Final Four. I was outstanding player in the Final Four. I was first team All-American. Averaged 20 points and 20 rebounds, and they never counted block shots until 4 or 5 years after I retired from the NBA. Okay? So, first team All-American. We go to Northern California sports banquet, and they picked another center's player of the year. Now, I could have been injured. But what I did, for me eternally, I dismissed that award as something that I would like. And I really was able to do that. And so I had made up my mind that I was going to be the best basketball player I could be. And this team, I have no regard for the coach or the rest of the players. All I thought about was being the best basketball player I could be. Well, I was very good, and that made my team win. But I wasn't going to let my self-esteem be tied up on what others said about what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's like
You said that the Celtics had more fun than any team around. Was that essential to winning, or was that an accident?
I think it was essential to winning. Because it may sound overblown, but we actually looked out for each other. And if a guy was having a bad night, we would counsel him. Always use humor.
Toughening humor, right? You made
Yeah.
fun of it.
Yeah.
You couldn't be thin-skinned and be a Celtic, right?
Right. Well, I know if a guy's having a bad time and it's hurting our team, how can we help him out? Well, first of all, we could help him out physically. But let him know that mentally we were there for him. If he needed help, we'll give it to him. And he should not be ashamed to ask for help. You see, in the macho world, men are usually reluctant to ask for help. Well, one night we were playing the Philadelphia Sixers in Boston Garden. And I was doing my very best, and not that well, Garden Will Chamberlain. Okay. I do it, he do it, and everybody in the building do it. So I kept hearing this whop sound, whop, whop, whop. And what it was, Casey was trying to help me out. So every time he went by Wilt, he'd hit him. And so I looked back and Casey going by, whack, and hit me. I said, time out, time out. We go to the bench, and Red says, what's the matter? I said, Red, excuse me. Casey, what are you doing? He says, what's the matter? You afraid, big fella? I said, you goddamn right I am. I said, you go right and hit him. I got to wrestle with that big monster all night. Like, I said, now, it's hard enough, but you're going to get him riled up and make him easy, make him impossible. And so, here was Casey taking a chance to get into a fight to help me. Because he could see I needed help, and it went all through the lineup that way.
When you were coming up into pro sports, did you have any role models or athletes that you look up to at all, like Jackie Robinson? Or?
Well, Jackie, of course, in basketball was a guy named George Mikan.
The center for the Minneapolis Lakers?
Well, when he started playing for DePaul, his folks thought he was going to a seminary to be a priest. And so his father said to him one night, George, there's a guy with the same name as you playing for DePaul. And they were all shocked that that was their son that was playing for DePaul. And you see, when I was a kid in Oakland, in elementary and junior high school especially, Oakland had a minor league baseball team, the Oakland Acorns, who played in Emeryville. Well, we used to go out there. We couldn't afford to go in the park. And we wait and see if anybody hit a home run. You could take that ball and go in and get in. And so, But we found that the worst creatures to ever invade the earth were minor league baseball players. They would come out of the games and they see us, they call us the N-word, spit tobacco at us, and act indecently. So my view of professional athletes was not positive at all. So when I went to an exhibition game, the Lakers were playing, and this guy that went to, he asked if I wanted, he played high school ball with Jim Pollard, who was a big star with the Lakers. And he said, want to go to the locker room? I said, no, I don't want to go there with those people. You know, and so I said, I'll wait out here. So he goes in there. And so while I was waiting, George Mackey comes out. He sees me and he walks over. How you doing, big fella? Well, that was a real joke. Mackey was 6'10", 280, and I was 6'7", 100. And he says, how you doing, big fella? He said, you play center? I said, yeah. He said, well, he showed me a couple of moves that he used. And says, now listen, when you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. Now, I couldn't even make my homeroom team. And college was, I had no scholarships or nothing. And so I'd been working at a shipyard to save enough money to go to college. I couldn't pay my own way. So Mike says, after you get out of college, you got to come play for the Lakers. And that was he was the number one guy in basketball. And he talked so nice to me. He wasn't condescending or anything. He was talking to me like I was another ball player.
Well, that's going back more than 50, 60 years or something like that. And we think race relations would have been horrible back then, and they were, because you've never been rosy about it. But you're saying that even back in those periods, there are always exceptions to the rule. This is a
Well,
really
you know,
decent white
remember
guy.
I told you his folks thought he was going to be in the seminary.
Yeah.
And but he was just a good person. And I tell you, one of the greatest rewards I had was after George died, they had a private ceremony for his family. And I was invited. Because George and I had been friends. You know, we had a thing in LA, we did a TV show or something, and George says, Bill, I want you to do me a big favor. I need a big favor from you. I'll understand if you said no. I said, what is it, George? He said, I want to introduce you to my son. Are you kidding? That's a favor? You know. So he introduced me to his son. And he says to his son, I want you to meet Bill Russell, the greatest center that ever played basketball. And I said, George, people forget, you know, he won 3 championships in 5 years. He was the man in basketball. But it wasn't on television and all that, so most people didn't know that. But I was so flattered that this man had been so nice to me. You know, a lot of people say very, very insensitive things to kids. And I hope that I never do that. You know, because you can injure kids by not being just, well, I have this thing that how I get along. But the first thing out of your mouth be your second thought.
Because the first one is the one that might injure a kid.
Yeah, or even you.
Yeah. I think one of your sayings was always that you don't believe there's any such thing as other people's kids.
Right. Well, I was speaking at a school in Fort Worth, Texas, and they were winding down the Vietnam War, and I said instead of spending all that money killing peasants, we should take that money and repair our educational system because we haven't paid enough attention to it. And we haven't paid enough money to it. And so after the speech, one guy came and said, well, listen, your speech was all right except for one thing. What you talk about is raising my taxes. And why should I pay taxes to educate other people's kids? And I said to him, 2 reasons you should pay taxes. One, when you were 6 and your folks bottled you up and sent you off to school, there was a school there for you to go to. And your folks did not build it. It was there. And second, there are no other people's kids in the United States. That's the next generation of Americans. And if we don't educate them, we'll lose all the things that we think are important. Because if we're not one of the top educated societies, we will not be able to compete internationally. And so we have a choice of either building our schools or picking a war. And I don't think picking a war is the best option.
Would you talk a little bit about your relationship to the civil rights movement? I know because that was during your playing career, it was around for a lot of it. I know once you went to Mississippi in the summer of 1964 for Charles Evers, the brother of Medgar Evers, a year after he was killed.
Well, I was never big on organizations. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that was if you say something as part of an organization, you can be dismissed as a mouthpiece for an organization. And so they don't have to deal with what you're saying. When Medgar Evers got shot, we had a memorial service for him in Boston, at the Boston Common. And I sat next to Charlie Evers, his brother. And so, I don't know what I was thinking. But I told him, if there's ever anything I can do, here's my home number. He used it. So he called me that summer and says, we've taken a hit. Morale-wise. And we're down the lowest we've been. And so we need somebody to give us a boost. To show somebody from outside cares. So I said, okay, what do you want me to do? He says, well, what would be a good idea? Right in your field of expertise, why don't you do some clinics, basketball clinics in Jackson, Mississippi, and surrounding towns? Invite everybody. Any kid that wants to come can come to your clinics. I said, I can do that. So I went down and did clinics. And I actually enjoyed myself. And Charlie says to me, we're not going to let anything happen to you. I said, okay. And so I had armed guards. I'll tell you, but they were like the Secret Service. You never knew they were around. But that gave me such a high.
That was 1964. This is Mississippi Freedom Summer.
Yeah.
Werner, Cheney, and Goodman, the first 3 civil rights workers on the very first night, were murdered. It was a frightful place to be going to.
Yes.
And you're not exactly inconspicuous.
Well, you know, I was invited years later to the McDonald's High School All-Star Game, okay, in Indiana. And so I went there, and I had a good time. And after I spoke, they asked me to take a picture with each one of the participants, boys and girls. It was two games, a boys' game and a girls' game. So one was the female high school player of the year was a young lady from Colorado. And so she was, while they were setting the picture up, she says, Mr. Russell, I'd like to say something to you. You said something tonight in your speech that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. What? She said to us, do not be afraid. Because all decisions made out of fear are usually bad decisions. And you go into a new world from high school to college, into college into the world. Do not be afraid, because you're all right. You got this far. Do not be afraid. Well, I may be not too bright, but I cannot recall the last time I was afraid. And the society I live in, every time I can do something, I see it as an opportunity.
Could you tell me a little bit about your relationships with the other civil rights figures from that period? Did you ever meet Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
Well, I just briefly knew Malcolm X. Okay, I know Louis Farrakhan. He's been to my house a few times because he came out with before he changed to Ali, it was Cassius Clay. And the reason Cassius was coming to my house was I was a gold medal winner in the '56 Olympics. And I always had affection for gold medal winners because I know what it takes, you know. And so I knew the March on Washington, I stayed in the same hotel as Reverend Martin Luther King. And so we met in the lobby and had a brief conversation. And I told him I was there for the march. And he invited me to go on stage with, when he made the big speech. And I respectfully declined. And the reason I declined was they had worked for a couple of years to put that thing together. And I hadn't done anything. And it would not be right, I didn't think, for me to go on stage and say, hey, listen, this is what we've done. And I hadn't done anything. So I sat in the first row and enjoyed it, but I didn't want to be one of those guys, hey, look at me.
Do you know if there's a photograph of you at the March on Washington? Have you ever seen one?
What's that?
Do you know if there's a photograph of you there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
I don't think so. I was just one of the guys, one of the people there to support that.
Do you remember when he was killed? That's during the season in your next to last year, I guess.
Yeah. Well, when he was
68.
killed, we were playing a game the night he got killed in Philadelphia. And they asked both teams, what do you think? You think we should call the game off or play? Now, we think it would be a bad thing for the city of Philadelphia if we call the game off and you got 12, 13,000 people under great stress and really, really annoyed, that's a quiet way of putting it, on the streets. And so we said, what we'll do is we play the game and we keep these 12, 13,000 people in the game in time to cool off so that you don't have riots in the street in Philadelphia. That's the reason we played that game. Then we didn't play for a week or so. But those are things we thought about.
Mm-hmm. Did you know Ali much? After when you said,
Oh yeah, I knew him when he was a kid boxer, and always a fan, because to reach the top of your field, it takes more than physical ability. You have to know what you're doing to get to the top of your field, no matter what the field. Because there are things you have to do to execute what it takes to be the top of your field. And so Ali was not only a great boxer, but he's a psychologist and a brave man. I was in Boston one day, and a guy says, I want you to disavow Muhammad Ali. What? I want you to put him in his place. I said, I'm not going to do anything like that. He said, you want to disavow? I said, heck no. He said, well, I think you ought to do that. I said, I don't care what you think. If I had a choice between you and Ali, you wouldn't even be in the race. Are you kidding? So he started calling me Felton X after that. You know, they used to call the Muslims with an X. You know, Malcolm X and all that. Us, you know.
didn't you, when he got drafted, didn't you organize a group of...
I didn't organize, Jim Brown organized.
Jim Brown organized, but you joined it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just to support his decision.
Yes. Well, you see, the thing is, what you have to think about is, for his decision not to go in the Army, if you read what it was based on, arbitrarily they decided to change his status without a hearing or anything. Just, we're going to change it. Well, that's not right. You know, from what what category he was in, I'm not sure, but they changed it to 1A. So, because now we're going to put you in the Army. Well, you can't do that. You know, there's a.
Was that? I'm groping for a way to ask. What was the time that you felt was most controversial? Your most controversial stance?
Who, me?
Yeah, in your career, when you got the most heat for something that you felt or believed or said or didn't say.
Well, it started with when I got to Boston. I had not started to shave. Okay. You know, you reach a certain age and you say, okay, now you shave. I hadn't reached that when I got to Boston. So I spent the first 3 or 4 months there explaining why I had a beard and why I shouldn't shave it off. And the more they questioned, the more I dug in my heels. You know, because going back to college as a freshman, they had to buy you a pair of shoes, basketball shoes. And I bought a pair of white ones. And the varsity coach says, we wear black shoes. I said, that's the varsity. This is the freshman team. He said, you should get black shoes so you'll be like the rest of them. I said, Coach, I had nothing I could ever do to look like the rest of these guys. There were 2 black guys there were 4 black guys on the varsity and the junior varsity, on the freshmen. So there's no way I was going to look like the rest of those guys. You know, and so one thing I got from my dad was to analyze and come to conclusions from my own perspective. See, I cannot tell you who your hero should be. And you'd be wrong if you think you could tell me who my hero should be. In fact, who was it? Bill Walton, who's a dear friend, and I think a really good guy, okay? We were talking about growing up, and in the conversation he said to me, we come from 2 different worlds. Really? You know, a friend of mine is a young guy named Yao Ming. He plays, he's retired now. He was playing for the Houston Rockets, and he asked if he could have a conversation with me. I said, okay. So he came to my house for dinner here. And we were talking about his career. And I said, there's one thing you should be very aware of and never lose sight of. You are a very tall Chinese man. Embrace it. I said, always embrace your mother and father and the culture you grew up in. And I said, always be true to who you are and what you are. And that, to me, is a positive thing, not a negative thing. Because you can be Chinese and love the Chinese without hating the Americans, which some people will try to conclude. You see, you can embrace who you are and what you are and be a positive impact in your life.
Let's pause for just a second.
Okay,
Okay, we're rolling.
we're ready to go? All right, we want to resume talking a little bit about your relationship with the city of Boston and how it changed from the time you were back there playing until modern days when you made peace to some degree with certain people there.
That never happened.
It never happened.
See, where other people thought I was bothered, but I was never bothered. I was, they got my attention about certain things, but I always was able to maintain control. Just like one thing that annoyed the media there was they turned their head, they looked up, and I was gone. It just, I told Red, I'm finished, that I'm not going to do it anymore. He's the only one I told. And they were under the misconception that the things that they valued and the things that I valued were different. And as I told someone last month, I never, ever need to be validated. I came, I did what I did, and then I left. And just like I told those guys on NBA TV, they said, how come they never pick you as the greatest player ever played? I said, first of all, that's irrelevant, and I don't even get into that, because nobody can know who the best player was, because there is not an accepted standard. So this is what the great player does. Now, spectators are the only real experts. Like, I want to tell you a story if you got time. I was working for CBS, and there was a game. The Lakers played the Sixers in Philadelphia, and Magic had to play center because Kareem was home with a migraine. And we were in a production meeting, and the announcer, who will go unnamed, started saying, we're going to have to start promoting, it's the sixth game. If the Lakers won, it was over. If the Sixers won, had to go to the seventh game. So the announcer kept saying, well, we're going to have to start promoting the seventh game no later than the end of the first quarter. So after the third time he said that, he said, I said, why are you saying that? He said, well, without Kareem, the Lakers can't compete. And that game will be over the first 8 minutes. I said, the Lakers are going to win the game. And you know what he said to me? You do not know what you're talking about. Normally I just let it slide. But that time I just didn't feel like letting it slide. I said, yes, I do. I said, I know more about playoff basketball than anybody you ever meet. He says, well, how can you say that? I said, there are certain criteria you use in playoffs. First, there's matchups. You take Magic out of the backcourt and you're left with Norm Nixon and Michael Cooper up against Andrew Tony, and Maurice Cheeks. That's a wash. Nobody has the advantage. I said, the way Jamal Wilkes is playing, he and the Doc, that's a wash. The other forward, Jim Jones, and either Caldwell Jones or Chuck and Thunder.
You're rolling again.
Okay, so you said that those were a wash, and
Dale Dawkins, Caldwell Jones, and
of the Sixers.
Jim Jones. That would be a Sixers advantage. I said, but the guy that's left is completely out of it. He's got to try to guard Magic. Magic's big and strong enough to guard him, but he can't even catch up with Magic. In fact, Magic, I surmise, was the top 3 fastest guys in the league in foot speed. So this guy, Magic playing center, he never see Magic, in fact. I said, so, okay, that's just matchups. This will be the 6th straight game that the Lakers have played this Sixer team. During the way, get to the 6th game, they've made adjustments.
Let's keep going.
They made adjustments. So they're familiar. Okay. Now, this is the first game that the Sixers will have played this Laker team with Magic at center. As great as Kareem is, you always know where to find him. He's down on the blocks, either left or right side. Magic, he might be selling popcorn for, you know, he'd be all over the building. Okay. So now, the Sixers are going to have to start making adjustments as they go along tonight. By the time they make adjustments to this team, it'll be late in training camp next season. I said, so if the Sixers were to play the best game that any team in the history of this franchise had ever played, they would still lose. They do not have a chance.
Wow, did you say that on the air too?
No, I said that in the production meeting.
Right.
And so we go in there, and exactly what I told you would happen. Jamal Wilkes got 35 points. Magic was uncontrollable. The backcourt was washed. In fact, a kid named Brad Holland came off the bench and got 10 points. And so the Sixers never had a chance. Although they were a good team, they basically went to the 6th game unarmed.
Yeah.
You know, and so these are the kind of things you have to know to win in the playoffs, because every game is different.
Let's go back.
If the coach is any good, it's okay.
Let's go back to where we were talking a little bit before about your famous autograph policy. You surprised me. I didn't know this by saying that you didn't have it when you first started with the Celtics, but it came about almost by accident a few years later over signing basketball.
In 1964 is when I finally made a decision. I'm not going to do that anymore.
And you said it had to do with signing basketballs?
Well, that's where it started. Well, and by the time I started to get just a bit cranky, okay, and off the basketball court, nobody could tell me what to do, okay? That's Anita. We can yell at her if you want to. I spent from that time in '64, I think is when I stopped, until today. You'd be surprised that people try to figure a way to make me sign autographs. You know, and when I first took this coaching job in Boston, they asked me to Red asked me to do a couple of TV shows. And so this one guy says, well, now that you're coaching, you're going to have to start signing autographs. I said, no, I'm not. Hasn't Red called you and told you that you got to start signing autographs because you're part of management? I said, first of all, Red knew what I was before he offered me the job. I didn't just all of a sudden say, okay, now that I'm the coach, I'm not going to sign autographs. That's been my policy for years at the time. And I said, people keep asking me about that, and I want to tell you one thing, okay? If I say to you, I'm not going to sign autographs, that's the end of it. There's nobody you could tell that's, okay, you sign autographs. I said, if Almighty God said to me, you'll sign autographs, and I said no. Even he cannot make me sign autographs, if it's a he. He could strike me dead. But one of the things that God gave us all is a free will. And so, if I say I'm not going to do it, there's no point in talking about it. That's not going to happen.
Didn't you say that some of the Celtics faked your signature on basketballs, though?
Oh, yeah. Heinsohn, Ramsey, Sam, I think sometime Casey. They used to have a contest who could do the best Bill Russells.
So there are a lot of counterfeit Russell autographs out there on basketballs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I can remember in the 70s being out at restaurants with you when people would come up right in restaurants and walk right up and ask you to sign an autograph. And my memory is that you would say, because usually they would have their kids there, you would say, if you want to sit down and say hello and have a conversation, that's fine, but I'm not going to sign an autograph.
No, I said, one of the kids one time asked me about signing autographs. I said, to me, to you, it is not personal. It's a matter of policy. I said, I don't sign autographs. That goes for everybody, not just you, you know. And I have a choice, and I make the choice. And so most of the kids understand it. Mm-hmm. One of the things I used to always joke about, the guy says, I want you to sign an autograph. I said, I don't want to sign an autograph. He said, for my kid? I said, that's a bad trade.
Am I right in remembering that when you were asked about playing for Boston, you would say you never played for Boston, you played for the Celtics?
That's right. I played for the Celtics.
For the team, yeah.
Well, you know, after I retired, I moved to LA right away. And I was a season ticket holder for 4 years for the Los Angeles Lakers. And they had a ceremony for Jerry West. And they said, would you come to? Of course, I like Jerry a lot. So while I was there, they put me in a box next to Jack Kent Cooke, who owned the team. That was an experience. Anyway, a couple of days later, I get a call from Jack Kent Cooke. He says, I've been thinking about it, and I made a decision. I'm going to get you to come out of retirement and play for the Lakers. So I said, aren't you paying a guy named Will Chamberlain a lot of money to play for the Lakers? Now, how would he feel about being a backup center Jack and Cook didn't think that was funny. So I said, no, I don't play basketball anymore. And if I did, it would only be for the Celtics.
Yeah.
That's the only time I would play basketball.
Could you talk a little bit about your relationship with the Red Sox over the issue of throwing out the first ball and your mentoring foundation and how that developed into your retirement recently?
Well, when I was Tom Benito, the mayor of Boston, asked me to come back to the Democratic National Convention and co-host his receptions. And he held his receptions in community centers all around Boston. And so while I was there, my agent at the time had set up for me to go out. It was the last series of the year with the Red Sox and the Yankees. And so that's a big deal in Boston. So he had set up for me to go out and throw out the first pitch. And so he says, we got to be over Fenway by 11. I said, I'm not going to Fenway Park. He says, why not? I said, because I'm not. I have nothing to do with the Red Sox. He says, well, I've already set up. I said, well, you have to unset it because I'm not going to do it. I have nothing to do with the Red Sox. I said, as far as I'm concerned, the Red Sox can burn in hell for eternity.
And why was that?
Well, when I was with the Celtics, the guy that owned the Red Sox said he would never have a black player. In fact, they were the last of the Major League team to get a black player. They do not owe me or any other black person anything. That's their business to run the way they want to run it. That does not mean I have to associate with it. So, I was at a reception, and some lady walked up and said she works for the Red Sox. I said, okay. She said, well, why don't you come out and throw the first pitch? I said, I'm not having anything to do with the Red Sox. She said, well, the Red Sox have changed. This is different. I said, when you show me that you have a program to facilitate the change, maybe we'll talk. That don't mean I'm going to come through. I said, you're not going to keep the same policy and get Bill Russell come throw out the first pitch and say, see, we've changed. That's just not going to happen. So, fast forward, I have a charity that I've been working with for almost 20 years. It's called mentoring. And we have, so far, a very successful program. We started out with the name one-to-one, one mentor, one mentee. Last year, 2012, we passed 8 million volunteers throughout the country. Was it 8 or 4? 4 million, I'm sorry. 4 million volunteers throughout the country that are one-to-one mentoring. And, but it's not just black kids. It's kids. In the Boston chapter, we've got a lot of Hispanic kids, a lot of Asian kids, a lot of black kids, a lot of white kids. The only requirement is you be a kid. And some adult want to spend some time helping you get started. And we have found that the adults that volunteer to be mentors end up profiting more than the kids, because you find out on a very personal basis how you can be helpful.
So you asked the Red Sox to become active?
Well, no, I asked Red Sox, they had 3 or 4 owners. I said, I want one of those owners to go on the board of my charity. Not to say we support it, go on the board. They said, well, don't you want a player? I said, no, I don't want a player. It's not that I don't respect the players or not, but the owners can make policy decisions. And the owners are not likely to get traded away. So the players of the Red Sox are, as far as I met and talked with them, are a nice bunch of young guys who are prone to be active in the community. And so I said, but it's not to insult them. That's not the point. Point, I want somebody from the Red Sox that can make decisions and policy. So we got one of the owners to go on the board. And he's done an absolutely marvelous job. In fact, most of the people in New England think that mentoring is a Red Sox program. I can live with that, you know, because that's the biggest voice in New England is the Red Sox. And they went all out. That's your fault.
How about this? We're going.
So the Red Sox stepped up to meet your conditions and support the mentoring
Yes.
foundation.
What they did was they got twice a year at Fenway Park, they have step up to the plate for mentoring. And on the Green Monster, they have a banner that lists the number of people they brought into the mentoring program. And for every Red Sox game, there are 4 seats set aside for 2 mentors and 2 mentees that have been together for 3 years or more. They're the guests of the Red Sox. And they've encouraged their sponsors and their anyway, they encourage people that do business with them to start mentoring programs in their companies. So they've been really super.
So when did somebody from the Red Sox call you up and say, we think we've met your conditions, we've tried to make a change, are you ready to throw out the first ball?
I did.
How did that go?
Didn't get it over the plate though.
Wow, how long ago was that you threw out the first pitch?
Well, it must have been, it's more than, maybe 6 years ago.
6 years ago. So after they won the World Series?
Yes.
The first time?
Because my late wife and I went back there a couple of times. And the Red Sox did something very nice. They started a scholarship for one of the inner city kids in Boston and named it the Mailer Nault Russell Scholarship. And
Named it for Maryland.
yes, and that really pleased me a lot because that was my good friend.
Mm-hmm. And so then, how long after that was it that the city of Boston, was it the mayor who approached you about the statue?
Yeah, well, after I got the Medal of Freedom, and Obama says someday there'll be a statue in Boston for Bill Russell, and I told him I'd never forgive him for that. Because when Tom Menino first told me about the statue, I said, you know, a statue sounds to me a lot like a tombstone. He says, why do you say that? I said, well, you know, if you really, truly believe in God, He does not need a marker to find you. So I said, I would be willing to be buried in an unmarked grave because of that. If you really believe in God, He doesn't need a marker to find you. He'll know exactly where you are. And so when Tom says, well, I says, and besides that, I don't need anything like that. He says, well, it's not so much for you as it is for the city. You've made a tremendous amount of difference in community and race relations. Because my way of thinking, I've not got past the place where we're beyond race. Even I ain't that dumb. But that can be, if you want it to be, a healthy part of community relations. That there is a difference. But they found out that when I made decisions, it was based on competence, not on race. And that's all that anyone could ask of anybody, is that if you're going to make a decision and race becomes a part of your decision-making process, what you have to really go to is competence. And like I used to always say, long ago, someone asked me, what would I think about a gay person playing the NBA? This was years and years and years ago. And I said, I have one question. Can he play?
Let's pause for this. We're okay, we're rolling again.
All right. So when is the statue going to be unveiled?
Well, after I conceded we could do it, I pretty much put it on the back burner. And so they give me, Tom says, if we do this, we're going to have you make all the key decisions. And first I looked at 5 different sites in Boston with the city manager to see where we're going to put it. And we ended up at City Hall Plaza, which is adjacent to the Freedom Trail and near the old State House. And we're going to put a little bigger than the alley, but it's going to be like the Valley of Champions. And so for all the teams that have won championship, we'll have a star lead up to the statue. And they're going to have some of my pet phrases like, there's no such thing as other people's kids. They're all next generation Americans. Mm-hmm. And a few things like that.
On the statue?
No, on little plaques all around.
In the plaques, okay.
Yeah. So, but Tom did not have me convinced yet. And so he says, okay, we're going to set up a legacy foundation to support mentoring. And so every year we'll have fundraisers around the statue to raise money for mentoring. And that's a good way to get real personal community involvement in the educational system. And when you get that, you see, like I saw a thing on TV the other day, that in terms of literacy and all that kind of stuff, America's in the second 10, okay? Well, how are you going to maintain a viable part of the future if you don't educate the next generation? And the only way you can beat that is start a war.
Right.
You know, and so I don't think wars are helpful.
You mentioned getting the Medal of Freedom from President Obama. What was that experience like? And I understand that he.
Well, I said
said
at the
some nice
time,
things to you.
I think he's an extraordinary nice man, first of all, and a good person. But they asked me, is that the highest honor you ever got? I said, it's second. And I said, second? Yeah. Second? Yeah. Well, if that's second, what was the highest honor? Well, when he was 75, my father said to me one day, you know, I'm very proud of you as my son. I'm also proud that I'm your father. And this is my hero. And you can't top that. Not coming from the hero.
But it was a good second, right?
Oh yeah, it was a good strong second.
So what did he say about your helping him become president?
He just said that it was guys like me that made it possible for him to be president. I said, I don't see that, but thanks anyway. You know, I really like him on a personal basis. The first time I met him, we were dedicating the start of the work on the Martin Luther King Monument in Washington. And so he walks to me, I know you, you're Karen Russell's dad. And you know, it's funny, that's the same thing Bill Clinton said the first time I met him. You know, and so it just feels funny being a parent to have somebody say that about you. And I said, what about chopped liver?
You also mentioned, speaking of mentors and role models, that you were the only basketball pallbearer for Jackie Robinson. Is that right? How did that come about?
Oh, the only non-teammate.
The only non-Brooklyn Dodger teammate.
Right. Well, when Jackie started with the Dodgers, I was 13. And he was the essence of an athletic hero to us that played ball, not just baseball or football, but ball. Because he was a man that played baseball. And at that time, up until then, there was nobody like that. You know, there have been guys that had notoriety, but they were not stand-up guys. And so when Jackie died, Rachel Robinson called me and said, I want you to be a pallbearer at Jackie's funeral. Well, that's right up there with a close number 3, okay? And so I said, of course, just tell me when and where. I said, not a lot of kids from the projects in West Oakland get to be a pallbearer for Jackie Robinson. And so I said, why me? She said, you were Jackie's favorite athlete. Well, as far as fans and all that kind of stuff, nobody else comes close to that. You know, Jackie was our guy as a kid. And for say that he turned around and respected me. And see, I took the attitude because of that. When I thought about it, I said, Jackie took us from point A to point B. First black guy in the Major League sports, baseball. Well, when I got with the Celtics, I did not want to revisit that point A to point B. I wanted to go from point B to point C. That's why I was kind of halfway important that I coach. And the guy asked me once, how important is it you the first black coach? I said, it's not important. I said, first of all, I'm the best person for the job, for this particular job, and I know that. And second, it'll be important when coaches are hired and fired with no reference to race. Then it's important. So like now, coaches and managers are fired wholesale, okay? And nowadays, never is there reference to race.
Yeah. We should speak just a little bit here toward the end, because you mentioned Jackie as a role model, and about your relationship with some. We've talked about your teammates, but you also had some pretty celebrated rivals that you said your reaction with your relations with your adversaries were special because they made you play better.
Well, not only
Oscar and Wilt and Elgin Baylor.
Not only that, but at that time, with the NBA, I really seriously wished that every player in the NBA could find a position where he could play his best. Because then the people that went to NBA games would see the best players in the world playing their best. And I kicked their ass at their best.
But that, in a way, didn't that indirectly lead to your part of your feud, I guess is not quite the right word, with Wilt, because he didn't play in your last game and you wanted him to make you earn it, that last championship?
Well, no, you know, I talked to Wilt about that. And I looked him in the eye and I said, Wilt, I apologize for the stuff I said. That was just hubris. You know, it was my last game and I knew it. And I didn't want anything to make it less pleasant to me. And the reason I said things about him that I should not have said was I was speaking to a college group in Iowa, I think, and there was a reporter in there mixed in with the kids. I didn't know he was a reporter, okay? And so we do this question and answer. He said, well, you never would have won that last championship if Wilt hadn't got hurt. Well, it annoyed me. Of course, when Wilt left the game, we were 17 points ahead. You know? And I went off on Wilt, and he had nothing to do with it. And so I looked him in the eye and apologized to him and said it was just hubris. I was, not only that, I was wrong.
But you did want him to be in the game because
Yeah,
you got
because
something out of the competition.
well, no, well, also, as long as he's a game, we were 17 points ahead. I don't want to change that.
You said once in one of your books here about Dr. King. I had the same reservation about Dr. King that I had about the Vietnam War, which is that the white people in Boston liked him, so I knew something must be wrong. I guess that's a light moment, because there was a time when they were kind of superficial about race relations. Because
Yeah, well, the reason I was there that was also in Boston at the time was a guy named Detroit Red. I think it was Detroit Red, who later became Malcolm X.
oh,
And they would love to put them at opposites, you know, and so they chose the doctor. Well, I said, if these people choose him, I gotta be suspicious.
Well,
But, you know, what I always thought that, well, because I thought this way, there was a major problem, but there was not the solution. And those various R's, SNCC, NAACP, about 5 or 6 other organizations fighting the same battle, but with different approaches. And I thought it was important that they all be able to maintain. You see, because when you get to a place where one organization speaks for a whole race, the race is in trouble because they're smart enough to figure out how to beat that. You know, that's like I had a conversation with Nelson Mandela, and I told him how respectful I was of what he did. And one of the things he did not do, he did not disavow violence. Now, he was not going to advocate a civil war. But he said that if he'd say he turns his back on violence, all of his comrades trying to change apartheid, they would put a target on their back. And so he wouldn't do that. So that there were probably a dozen or more groups in South Africa fighting apartheid. Each with their own agenda and their own style of fighting the same problem. Mm-hmm. And so I've never put down any of those groups trying to change things.
let me ask you 3 sum-up questions to end. First of all, looking back on your career and your life, do you have any major regrets as to things that you would have done differently?
What's that?
Do you have any major regrets that you would have liked to have done differently?
I don't know. Philosophically, I was opposed to racism being part of the atmosphere. And I did what I thought I could do to help change it, or at least expose it. And
Expose it as a good first step.
yes, you can't ever help to solve a problem until you recognize it as a problem. So, I don't know. See, I was not your intellectual. Well, you know, I don't know if there's anything I could do to change it.
And how do you look at today's NBA? Because you're a part of it again. They've got the award named for you. You go to the finals. Compared to your NBA, and do you think the future of the league is still good?
Well, you know, I was watching the playoffs the other day, and there are a lot of good players, a lot of them. Like when I was playing, maybe 4 guys in the league could shoot 3-point shots. And every team's got 4 guys could shoot 3-point shots. You know, the game has changed, though. It's the most evolving of all the games. And so I always say that I would never ask a player to play against ghost, past, present, or future. You know, how would you have done against so-and-so? Well, that's a different time. You know, like a guy asked me one time, how would you have done against Shaq? I said, first of all, you got the question backwards. And I love that kid. I really do. I said, but you can't compare players of different eras. Because, for example, for all intents and purposes, I invented the block shot, okay? I'd never seen a shot blocked until I started doing it. When Shaq was 4 or 5 years old, block shots were an integral part of the game. So he starts at 5, where I started at 18. Well, you can never compare that. You know what I mean? And there are certain standards. For example, when I was playing, there was no such thing as a zone defense allowed. We were not allowed to play zone. Now everybody plays zones. There are variations on it, but they're zones. And we had contempt for teams that played zones because they had at least 1 or 2 guys that couldn't play defense. And so the zone protected them. Well, now the zone's an integrated part of it, and if it's played right, it can be very effective.
So finally, this interview will become part of the archives of the new National Museum of African American History.
Taylor, you
Yes.
gonna put me in the archive?
I'm going to put you. I'm going in there. I'm going in there with you.
Hey, who are you, Indiana Jones?
Well, you're going to be looking out to an awful lot of people. You have any advice for young people that are going to come to this museum as to how they should go about framing their choices for their life?
Well, if you're fortunate enough to find something you do well, approach it professionally. Find out what it's all about, and how can you take what it's all about and make an improvement from your point of view. And you take things from a novelty to a professional. You know, things that you enjoy doing well. Well, now, when I was an active as playing basketball, first let me get that straight. We used to travel before the jet fleets. If it's foggy, you just stay there. And so you might spend all day at the airport. And so we were at the airport one time, I forget where, and this guy walked to me, you kind of tall. A very astute observation. You a basketball player? I said, no. So about 5 or 6 guys came up and asked the same question. You a basketball player? I said, no. So Havlicek was there watching this, and he said to me, how come you say you're not a basketball player? I said, John, that's what I do. That's not what I am. I'm a man that works at professional basketball. See, the misnomer is everybody says play. Well, you long since finished playing. You know, and if you don't know, the closest we came to playing was at Celtics, we had a motto. Play like children without being childish. And
Is that your motto, or was it Raiders?
it was just in the air around there. I don't know who came up with it, but we took it. That and the way we won all those championships was we knew how to play. Now, that sounds odd. Everybody knows how to play, don't they? Well, not everybody does not have the total team concept. When I was at my best with the Celtics, I could run all our plays from all 5 positions. Point guard, shooting guard, small forward, big forward, post. I could run the plays from all those positions. Not that I wanted to run the place. But if one of my friends was having a problem, I could understand it and know how to help. And you know where help comes from and how it comes.
So finally, have you been back to Monroe anytime? You talked about your mother and...
No. If I go there, it'll be under duress. No, it's like this, Taylor. I started my life in Monroe. And the white people in Monroe were really mean to me and my family. So my grandfather. I mean, not just, well, but they were actually mean. Like the one time he's under sheriff or deputy sheriff. And my mother very proudly bought her a riding habit. You know, the little jacket and the pants with the flare and the boots. And the undersheriff walks up to her and says, "You get off the street with those outfits on. You can't dress like no white woman. What's wrong with you? If I ever see you like that again, I'm gonna put you under the jail." Scared her so bad, she probably shook for 2 or 3 days. Well, I don't feel like, well, I go back to my old hometown. No, that does not make sense to me.
No.
You know, and so I don't go to Monroe unless after my mother died. I took my boys there once, and I think that's the only time I've been there.
You said you thought you might go visit her grave sometime. You've never done that.
What's that?
Didn't you say you might go visit her grave sometime?
Yeah, you know what? I would not know how to find it.
No. Well, she gave you an awful good start.
Yes, she did, and I really appreciate it. But I just don't get to that part of the country anymore.
All right, I think we're done. If you guys have any other questions, I think we're good, Bill. Thanks a lot.
That's all right, John.
This has been a presentation of the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Word. Perfect.
Yeah, this is nice.
All right. So yeah, we was talking about success in America. And the first piece was like eliminating want, you know, and then you was like kind of expounding on that. Then you said the second thing, you said rappers have a lot of needs and a lot
wants.
and wants, but you have to really differentiate like what's a need and what's a want.
And what is your requirement?
Right.
There's a different thing with that.
Right.
Okay. Requirements is really the center of satisfying the necessities in life. What do I require?
What do you require? Right.
What do I require? Water, good, clean drinking water, air, some kind of protein. You know, these kinds of things. B12. You know, what do I require? Okay. Once you know what you require, the world doesn't tempt you anymore. It does, and it's not even a fight. It's really, I am, my being is beyond your temptation.
Oh shit.
You know, my being is, meaning what you are offering, I don't require.
Oh shit.
Well, what you're offering, I don't need, I don't want. Now, you could even say, I do want what you're offering. I want that. I do want, but I put it in the category of want.
A want, right?
Okay, it's what, it's not a requirement and it's not a need. I want this. Now, most of the times you make the best decisions when you know this is my want, so I can let that go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a want. It's something I want.
Right.
You know, I want it badly, but it's not a requirement and it's not a need. Now the needs, want is usually your satisfying an emotional thing with a want, an ambitious thing with a want. A need usually has to do with responsibilities that you have toward other people.
Right.
Some people think they need a whole lot. No, you require a whole lot. What you need is needs of responsibilities, sacrifices, family. People that cause you to react in certain ways or do things in this way. I need to pay the mortgage. I need to pay the rent. I need to do these things. You do need to do these things. There's consequences to this.
All right, so let me ask you this, bro, because I'm in a crossroads.
Yes.
I've studied, Egyptology, Moorish science, Buddhism, and all that stuff, and I've lived a lot of my life in a quote unquote minimalist state of mind because I'm like, what is it? The first Buddha says, the cause of suffering is desire. You want it. So now I'm at a point where I'm trying to find that balance because I have children. I know I want, some nice things or whatever. And I think you agree.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing to want.
No.
And it's not a bad thing to have wants.
Right.
So based on that balance,
right.
What would you say are the steps? Because we're talking about Juneteenth, we're talking about freedom. A big thing of freedom and power is economics.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So what would be your first steps to really moving towards economic strength?
Make yourself valuable first. We put too much value in things outside of ourselves.
Correct.
Now, some of us have to, meaning that some of us weave good clothes. This is our value.
Right.
The weaving is the real value,
right.
But you're going to produce something
the clothes.
The clothes is what it is. Some of us cook. The meal is the value. You're producing a meal. So put that aside. Not aside, but put that in its place.
Right, in its perspective.
In its perspective. I'm talking about why does anyone need you?
Right. Right. Period.
Okay, why does anybody need you? Why is anybody gonna call on you?
What do you bring to the table?
What do you bring to the table that someone needs? How needed are you in life? And young people, this is really a lesson for young people to really learn this because it's at that very young age where you have to answer, you should be answering this question.
That's right.
In the world, what can I be called upon for? You go to school for it. You sit under an elder. You take an apprenticeship, an internship. How are you going to make yourself needed in the world? This is the basis of value.
Come on now, bro.
The basis, and I'll tell you something else that's right along with being needed is service. Service. Black people, we are the kings and queens of service.
Being of service.
Being of service. But it's been turned against us now because we now don't want to serve because the service has been turned into slavery.
Right.
Has been turned into terrorism. Has been turned into all this other stuff.
Right.
So now you don't want to serve now. Our community, we don't want to serve each other. And we're poor at serving other people now. Imagine, there's movies, I forgot the name of it, but like dudes in the White House. You think they're sitting there, butlers, black people serving these white folks.
Right.
But when you really get into it, this is a skill. To know how to serve dinner.
Wow.
To the point where people are calling for you.
Right.
I need you to serve me this dinner.
Right.
What do you want? This ain't slavery.
Right.
What do you want?
Right.
Okay.
What do you want for that service?
What do you want for that service?
Right.
Because people want you be surprised. Service is the key to value. What do you bring to the table? How needed are you? Now, if we could answer those two questions,
right.
If any one person in a family answers that question, the whole family's saved.
Wow.
The whole family's saved. If one person is called upon, if the world needs one family member,
gotcha.
The whole family's saved. Now, if you got 2, 3, 4, 5, all
that is a good segue into my next question.
Come on,
my last question, because I know you got other things.
This is never ending.
Right. So, how important is other people to creating your value, creating your wealth? kind of put in perspective the importance of a team, be it 1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah. Like what's the value of having that, and how do you choose the right people to be? Like, talk a little bit about team and community and togetherness.
That's
to create value.
This is a tough one because this is a tough one because teams don't really create value.
Okay.
And I say that hesitantly.
Okay.
There are successful teams. There are people who get together and make it happen.
But what makes you say,
But they're very far and few. They're very far and few. They're the Jordans.
Really?
Yeah. Here's what I'm applying to. Usually, in a society like this, in a society like this that we live in, individualism is what rules.
What?
Independence is what you'll go faster being independent and not linking with a team. Now, this is old school colonial and imperial indoctrination. They don't want us grouping up. They don't want 3 black folk together. That's a problem.
Right.
Okay. That's old school, embedded. Okay. Be an individual, you get ahead in life. So there's a part of me that answers the question realistically. Living in the United States, what's the importance of a team and your financial success or stability even in that sense? First, recognize that in the United States, teams don't really work. Individuals get to where they gotta go and then form a paid for group.
So people who work for you for your goal, that's the team that you want to build.
You want.
Not that together we're gonna walk together.
Not in the United States. Now you mentioned Buddhism. China understands team. First of all, China understands it's not about me, it's about the state.
Right.
They understand that. Now we can look all day and say, "Oh, that's backwards. That's the communism, and that's that." Whatever you got, whatever. Okay, that's what it is.
Right.
They're working for the state, and sometimes it's brutal. That's not a perfect system either. The state is imposing even how many kids you can have. Okay, but the Chinese are saying, no, China is what all of us agree. That China is what we are really
comes first. Wow.
Comes first. America ain't on that.
Nah.
So now in China, but then again, no.
Capitalism versus communism.
Versus communism. I was about to say maybe you can get over in China. No, you got to be Chinese. So that's what it is. So we stuck here, with capitalism. And capitalism is not about group anything. It's about one dude owning and controlling everything. The means of labor, the product, everything. I want one aggregate, one corporation, one monopoly. This is why we have the antitrust, so we can break up monopolies and all that. They don't want groups. They can't take groups. Individuals. Now, that's only for the United States. That's why I make the China comparison in an economic sense. The reason China is kicking everybody's behind is because their people move as a unit. They don't have a self-interest. And that's not true, but in the economic philosophy of China.
In the grand scope.
In the grand scope, they don't have a self-interest.
Got you.
China's the interest. Everybody in America is like, no. My self-interest is America, please, me. Okay, and America pushes that.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom. That's knowing you're playing. That's knowing the board.
Right.
That you're playing on.
This is the exactly.
Cool.
This is the board.
Right. So if you want to win within the board or what have you, these are the rules that you.
These are the rules you play. I say this hesitantly.
The you understand them, the more successful you'll be. I got it.
I say it hesitantly, but work by yourself. Educate yourself. Have a safe. Write a journal. Master yourself. And then you can help a whole lot of people. Do a lot of things. But starting with a group, if we are all not masterminds and proven masterminds, meaning our emotions are quelled, our self-interest is dead, we see the goal and we're going to get there. Who is that?
Who is that?
Who is that? Okay? Everybody got their own thing going. So if you're in
because of the indoctrination
of the whole environment. The whole environment says, look out for yourself. Don't look out for this dude over
Live alone, die alone.
Live alone, die alone.
Dolo clothing.
Dolo. You already run down the list. You already know. Right. And it's funny you mentioned that's all cultural. They're telling you right there, this is what it is. It's not right. It's not even on the point of right or wrong. Right. It's not a moral thing. Okay. But this is the game.
Yeah, it's a game.
Okay, this is the game. So I would offer in the United States, again, study yourself for yourself. Hone your skill. If you weave up the crazy.
Right.
If you cook up the madness, do you in that way, and then on that level, you're called upon. You have value unto yourself. Now you can always venture out. You know, I'd like to sell lamps. You know,
but have that one.
But have that one thing
that's going to put you on the map.
I am the value. I am the. That's why I enjoy art so much, whether it be MCing, graffiti art, dance, this kind of thing, because it's you.
It's from you.
It's you. Dance for me. Let's see it.
Right.
If you wiggle the way we all need to see it.
Right.
This is what we're paying. We're taking
your money
photos.
Right.
We're doing this. You know, this is what it. You show me a picture, a painting. There was some fly craziness out here.
Yep.
You got to give me the number.
I got you.
Probably the next.
I got you.
The vendor,
Richard.
You saw the one I took a picture in front of?
It's either Richard or Ted Ellis.
I walked out. I think it was Ted. I think I saw that on the bottom of the picture.
Yeah.
I walked out of the library and walked over to this area. You were still working.
Is it like it was like to the left a little bit?
Yeah.
Did you have a tent? Did you have a white tent? Nah.
I didn't see the tent. It was Africans in white dancing.
I'll find it.
And I wanted to buy the thing, but it was too many. Oh, look.
I'll find it. Do me a favor, Simone. Text me that. Yeah, text me that.
Yeah, I wanted to purchase that.
I got you.
He wasn't there. The person wasn't there.
I got you.
But this is the point. That value comes from him.
Right.
That came out of him.
Out of him.
Okay, and now I'm looking to purchase that.
Right. Shit.
This. Every kid needs to know how to make a table, make a chair, sing, do hair. We may laugh at these things and look down on them, but when you talk about real economic value,
that's right,
and over a long period of time, the person who can cook and clean, you work forever. Okay, you can look down on Maria if you want.
Right, if you want.
Okay, but no, these are the staples of life. I need somebody to clean my house. I don't want to do it. I got other things to do. Boom.
Service.
Value. And if you come and the things are spitting clean, you can call it whatever you want. You can degrade the work, whatever. That person goes home cutting their salmon, knowing you ain't doing what.
Right.
This is me right now. This is what it is.
Right.
I worked for the value came from me, and that's true entrepreneurship, which is also what I suggest in these times as well. America just caught on with COVID. Everybody was out of work. They said, you know, we gotta like this.
Right.
So many people, people trying down all kinds of business ideas and stuff because they say, why do I want to go back to work?
Right.
What is that? Americans are waking up to it, and the thing, what's actually cool about it is that if we really wake fully up, then we're gonna have to realize that if you have a nation of entrepreneurs, the world has to become your customers. So we're gonna have to cool off with this America greatest and all of that. Humble ourselves like merchants have to do.
Ooh, come on now, bro.
And big up the customer.
Right.
Tell the customer this. You are the thing here, and we made this for
when you.
You
say make a worldwide clientele, you mean like through the internet? You mean
all of it? Right. Internet. Go there as well. African Americans are respected all over the world. America, the only place we ain't respected.
I heard that.
Imagine America, the only place.
I heard that.
We can't get nothing done. Okay, any place. Any.
Cool.
Okay, any place else you go, Africa don't like African Americans. They look down. They hate us. Okay, they don't. But in that way,
that's the grand. we say the grand.
Africans, I'm just saying.
Have you experienced that?
Yes, I experienced both. I experienced Africa, the most wonderful of people, love, every respect, and then of course you get this dude.
Yeah.
It goes both ways. No, but I say this to say that the world has to become your merch.
Gotcha.
The world has to become your customer.
Got you.
In that sense, and be an entrepreneur. Be an entrepreneur. Make something. Express something. In that sense, don't rely just upon a job. I like a good job. Jobs are honorable work, especially if you're doing something you want to do. Even if you're doing something you don't want to do, if you're a father or mother who got to take care of a family and you got to do something you don't want to do, that's honorable work.
That's right.
Okay, that's whatever you're doing, that's honorable work. You're doing something you don't want to do, you sacrifice it, but you're going to do it because so we could live.
Right.
Okay, that's honorable work. But you're never going to get rich. You're never going to be free. You're never going to have a moment's peace working for somebody else. It's never going to happen. Unless, of course, you got that anomaly. You've worked so hard 30 years for some corporation that blew up.
Right.
Those that worked for Microsoft in the early days. Those that worked for Google bragging. Yeah, Google, their employees, somehow they got them dosed up with something, okay? They love Google, okay? That's an anomaly.
It is.
Okay. Now the rest of us, okay, are working for tyrants.
Trudging
along, and dudes not paying. You ask for something, they acting like you crazy. You putting in hours. No, your life is way more valuable than that, and that's why your question is so potent because it leads to freedom. That economic piece. This was Dr. King's last mission.
Right. Isn't that like with the strike, the
sanitation strike?
That's when he started flipping it to economics.
He started flipping it right there and saying, "No, we got legislation, voting rights, civil rights." He said he called it new hills of hope. He said, "Let's climb new hills of hope." New hills of hope. It was an "I Have a Dream" speech, and that was an economic piece. That was an economic piece. He said, no, we got to get some money. And it was black business and so on. And another thing, too, is that it's not like black folk don't know this, okay? We've already had, Black Wall Street and Hayti and Tulsa, Oklahoma, these places, and all kinds of other little pockets that racist system, our own betrayal of one another, all of that comes in and destroys the financial situation. So there's one last thing to say on this, and on this is that revolution only works for those that participate. Period. Okay, it's like spirituality. Spirituality.
Yo, that was my next segue.
Segue it.
Y'all got 5 minutes.
Cool. That sounds good.
It's Takim's 8:30.
Sounds good.
His brother didn't come up yet.
Yeah. You were supposed to be up at 8 o'clock.
It's 8:20. And I told Hakeem 8:30.
See, he's bugging. Just call someone. I told him 8 o'clock. Maybe he knocked on the door. I told him room 1100, right?
Yes, ma'am.
1100. Yeah. All right, 4 minutes. All right. So, on your quest for service, value, for financial stability, wealth.
Yes.
Reconcile that with spirituality. One of the first things you hear, and I heard, money is the root of all evil. All right, so why should I study money or whatever? But now I'm like, hold up, man. You know what I mean? Like I would say about 7 years ago. That's when I started flipping the whole militant, anti-establishment to be like, hold up, let's make this thing work for me. So how do you still reconcile the spirituality with the financial gain and what it takes to really amass wealth? Like, how do you stay grounded in your spirituality?
This is the key right here. You mentioned that,
and you can expound on any kind of spiritual.
Yeah. No. This is the key right here. First of all, the love of money is not. I'm sorry, the money's not the root of all evil. The correct statement was the love of money. Is the root of all evil. We often say.
So we got misquoted.
No. But it's a cultural thing to also say. Money is the root of all evil.
A fool and his money
will soon be departed. Okay, but there's other sentences that go with that as well. So when you say spiritually, in that sense, the direct statement is the love of money is the root of all evil. And even that's debatable. But
what you'll do for it.
What you'll do for the money is that. But a guy named J.P. Wingate, and I say his name into history as well, he once told me, he was a friend of mine, and told me, it's not the love of money that is the root of all evil. It's the lack of money that is the root of all evil.
How about it?
The lack of money is the root of all evil. I sat back.
Since it got a little juice.
I sat back and thought about that for a minute.
Let me see here. Bam.
Yeah, you stretch that out. You got it. Yeah. Well, you're a little crooked. Yeah, here we go.
That's good.
Nice. All right. So
The lack of money.
the lack of money is the root of all evil. The lack of money makes you do all kinds of things to get money. Poverty is the root of all evil. And people know this. The people, economic people, they know when people don't have, they're going to start scrounging and your whole psychology starts to wig out because you can't eat. You can't sleep. You can't hide. There's no safety when you're impoverished. So to keep a people in poverty is to deliberately make them criminals so that you could now cash in on that. It's a deliberate situation. You know, banks don't want to loan to black people. Housing don't want you to live in certain
Disparities, that's right.
These disparities, poor education, healthcare, these kinds of things, they make you poor. And now when you're now in this condition,
You're almost like in a demonized state.
you're demonized, and physically, mentally, spiritually.
Right.
Okay, all the way down. Okay, now we're gonna penalize you for being down there. When we're the ones actually putting you down there.
Right.
And so
That's the evil shit.
the only thing we have, right? The only thing we have is our spiritual, is our spirit. That's the one thing that has not been broken. The mere fact that we're speaking like this right now after 400 years of terrorism and oppression, that is a miracle unto itself.
That alone, that's right.
That alone, the fact that we're still talking and saying, you know what, we got to get free.
With hope. Right.
You know, like, we got to get free.
Right.
We still talking that 400 years. That's a miracle unto itself. They ain't break our spirit.
That's right.
Okay, you tried to.
Right.
You caught a lot of us.
Right.
But
Right.
but the center of us is unbroken. Here we are talking
That's
right now.
Again, the grand scope.
The grand scope, baby, it is. But this piece right here is solid. Right here.
That's
and
right.
you know it is. And you're afraid of it.
That's right.
And you're afraid of it. Now come back to the spirit. Here's what we got to realize on a logical level. Because remember, the spirit is logical, reasonable. The spirit is touchable. It's not invisible. It's us that are blind. So it appears invisible. Here's the one key piece right here about spirituality. A lot of people ain't gonna like it. Everybody ain't spiritual.
That's right.
Everybody don't have a soul. Damn, did I say that?
Yeah, you said that.
Damn. Everybody does. Now, let me candy coat that statement a little bit. Let me put a little fluff around it. Okay, everyone has a soul, but everyone is not using soul. Everyone does not exist from soul. Now, I will say, I'm
gonna have to agree.
Everybody ain't got a soul. Let's start there. Okay, back in Kemet, only the pharaoh had a soul. Everybody else was basically, you lived, you died, and that was the end of you. Unless you had some relation to the pharaoh. And even when the pharaoh died, people went along with him to get that everlasting life. Everybody ain't got a soul.
Wow.
Everybody ain't got a soul. We're told this. This is a Christian myth. That everybody got a soul and we all go to heaven or hell. No, we now know that to be false. And so, backing away from that myth, you now come to the conclusion. Who is God? Where is God? What is this?
Let's go with it. Let's go.
So if you look logically, just look at the logic of it all, okay?
Let's go.
The first humans, the first self-aware beings who ever woke up and said, man, I know you. Yo, and I know me. And the first self-aware beings, okay? These beings don't come from other beings. They don't, if you're the first, okay, there's no before you. You're the first. You're the first self-aware being. Where does the first self-aware human beings come from? Nature itself, the universe, the intent of the universe itself made us self-aware. Circumstances, things had to happen. Brain had to get moved. We ate something. Who knows? Whatever it was that made us self-aware. The intent of the universe itself. There's no other intent. There's nothing else happening. Forces that are not human made us human. The first humans, first self-aware humans, are us. We're not just black people. We're the first people.
It's proven, yeah.
Now it's all type of scientific and genetic evidence to prove this. But we still don't believe it. We still walk around like we're the fourth people
Second
or the
class,
fifth
right,
people.
yeah.
You know, beyond even second class.
Yeah. Wow.
Excuse me. Beyond even second class,
Right.
we put everyone in front of us. We with all due respect to the Native Americans, okay, this is their land, okay. With all due respect to them, we revere their ancientness
That's
more
right.
than our own.
You're so right about that.
We'll look at them and be like, yo, y'all go back, and we will respect that.
Right.
But when we look at our brother and sister, we say, nah, you from the 70s.
Right.
You know, you from the 60s.
Slavery and beyond.
Slavery and beyond. Right. Actually, from slavery and beyond.
Right.
That's how I'm seeing
Right.
you.
Right.
You know, so once you realize logically and truthfully, you are from the first beings
On this planet.
on the planet. The first writers, language, the wheel, agriculture, astronomy. This is you. This is your natural way to be.
Right.
This is your natural way to be.
Right.
Okay? This is your natural self.
Right.
You don't come from other people.
Right.
Other people come from you.
Right.
Now this is genetics as well, biology as well. They tracing everybody outside of Africa to a couple of women. Genetic Eve, they call her. African Eve.
Right.
Tracing everybody back. So we being the first people created by divine forces. There's no other
Unknown,
people.
no other way to
There's no
explain
other.
it.
It's unknown.
Right.
Let's just say unknown.
Right, right.
Okay. If divine is too heavy a word,
Right.
unknown forces
Right.
make us aware. We the first to be aware.
Right.
In the awareness, it is clear. We built pyramids, mathematics, science, law, civilization. There was no killing, robbing, and hunter-gatherer. No, it wasn't none of that. These were enlightened beings and realized, here's how we got to do it.
Wow.
You come from that. That is the spirituality.
Gotcha.
Not all this hocus pocus.
Right.
There's a certain responsibility that comes over you when you seriously understand. I am the first being. I am from the first people. I can't act like this because the first people don't act like that. I'm from the first people. I'm from divine forces. You can even take it as further and say, seriously, where do you start yourself? And this is a spiritual question. Where do you start yourself? Do you start yourself when you come out of your mother? Do you start yourself at the moment of conception? Do you start yourself with your grandmother? Or your grandfather? Do you start yourself with the circumstances that brought your mother and father together?
Wow.
The circumstances, your mother and father could not, without this unknown intelligence, your mother and father could not have come together, either because your grandmother and grandfather, all the way back.
All the way back.
What are the circumstances that's putting people together, moving them in certain ways and producing you?
Unknown.
Unknown. Now we are moving like this. Black people moving like this. We can't explain ourselves fully. That's not just because knowledge is being taken from us. We can't explain ourselves fully because we come from divine forces. This language and this talk is never going to explain where we originally come from.
Right.
Ever. English doesn't even have enough words
Right.
to define where we come from.
Wow.
Okay, so this little language we speaking right here, we work it, we try to do what we got to do, but the realm I'm speaking of is beyond words. It's a feeling and a knowing.
And a knowing, that's right.
A knowing. And with that feeling and that knowing, you produce real events and effects in real life, in real physical life. You know, you produce effects. You get what you require. when you require it. You know, you don't have to beg and scrape, nothing. You move with the universe. Why? Because I realize the universe made me. This intent made me who I am. You know, what are the things that happen for me to even be KRS-One, just from a career point of view? I can't explain all of it.
Wow.
Sure, it was Scott LaRock. Sure, Jive Records. I can point to this and that, but MC Shan is a couple others. You know? Sure, there was that. But I could also say, what were the circumstances?
Right.
That chance meeting. Scott LaRock, the social worker. I'm the client in the shelter. Who thought of that?
Right.
Who thought that up?
Right.
I didn't think of that. Scott didn't think of that.
Right.
Who's thinking that? Well, that should show you a presence.
Damn.
Right
The
there.
spirit. That's right.
Spirit.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. It shows you. It's working in your life right now.
As we speak.
As we speak.
Right now.
Right now. The circumstances that brought us together right here. Right here. Right now.
And there's no telling where it's gonna.
And where it's going, and there is no telling. And that's the mystery.
Right.
You revel in the mystery. You revel in the mystery school. You ain't got to know everything.
Right.
Just know the presence.
Right.
Just know the presence. What was you say?
Right there.
This time.
There it is.
Perfect
Perfect timing. I got it.
Oh, you went right out. Perfect.
Somebody below you helped you get where you are. I remember years ago when Curtis and I always had like a love-hate because Curtis, I told Karen Curtis the other day that I asked what, I said, Curtis, you remind me of Dame Dash. And Dame Dash is, he's harsh. But Dame, he loves hard. Curtis loves hard. He'll tell you to jump in the lake, but he loves you. You got to understand that about Curtis. But Curtis gave me an award, one of the first awards I received as a barber, Entrepreneur of the Year at a round table at the Warner Brothers. And he always seemed to be able to open doors for barbers. So in other words, you can't reap something and not sow it back into the land. If you don't plant, there's no harvest. If you don't take what you got and plant it and give it out, you won't have a legacy. Your children should know what you've done. And so hopefully this whole weekend has been an opportunity to document who you are and what you do so that your children and your children's children can look back and say, Daddy, Grandma, Grandpa did this. Because this is what it's all about. Family, brotherhood, sisterhood. And I know if we continue to do what we do, whether it's one customer, whether it's inside the studio, whether it's inside the salon suite, whether it's inside the barbershop, whether it's inside the school, wherever we decide to exercise our talents, we cannot forget our brothers and sisters in this industry. God bless you. I love you all. Continue to do what you do. Continue to be faithful in what you do. And let's make some more money. Let's do it right.
Hey guys, it's Thomas from the Barber Style Directory, and welcome back to another video. Now this video is going to be centered around one of the most essential parts of a haircut, and that's the lineup, or edge up, whatever you want to call it. This video is going to be very short and straight to the point. I'm basically just going to go over my method of how I do a lineup. Now there are several ways to line up. You can start from the front or the sides, but I'm going to show you my personal method. There will also be a blog associated with this video, so be sure to click the link below, and it will take you straight to our website. Don't forget to subscribe. We're doing a 50K subscriber giveaway, so be on the lookout for that. And without further ado, let's get into the video. All right, so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna taper down the front area so his hair will lay down. Now you can do this. I don't start a lineup across the front. What I do is, turn your headphones just a little bit. I start on the side. So I make this line and then I make the curve, match it on the other side, and then I just connect it with the front. It makes it easier for me that way. Guys, I won't be doing a lot of talking in this video since the video is so self-explanatory, but I'll just chime in on certain parts that I feel that I can give you guys some feedback and some tips. And I've said this in several videos before, my trimmers are set for all around purpose. So my trimmers, they're not super sharp, but they can do a shave, they can do outlines, whatever you need to do, they're all purpose. I can line little kids with these if I want to. I don't set my blades too close. But they're still sharp enough for me to get that line that I need to. And his hairline has a tendency to curl up, so what I'm doing is just basically tapering his line up just a little bit. Trying to keep those baby hairs, so to speak. And as always, this is the holding spray that I use. Now this is number 3. Like if you look on the can, this is number 3. It's medium hold. And here I just blow dry it in. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start from the center and make my way either right or left. It doesn't really matter. And I'm not gonna go way up here. I'm gonna keep it natural and go straight across. The Slimline Pro, this is pretty much my touch-up trimmer. I don't really use this for the majority of the hairline just because of the power issues, but it's really good for finishing up edge up. Now, a lot of people ask me why I do this, and it's something that you can't really explain until you try it yourself. Whenever you recline somebody back, you really get to see if the hairline is straight or not. It kind of gives you another perspective. Aside from the mirror, you can always use the mirror, but I found that this is a really helpful tool for me to recline them back and line them like this. You guys should try it and let me know what you think in the comments. Also, don't forget to check out the blog associated with this video. Just click the link below and it will take you straight there. And all I'm doing now is just applying some oil sheen, giving his hair a little curl, and we're pretty much done. So thank you guys for watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and be on the lookout for that 50K subscriber giveaway. and I will see you guys on the next video.
I'll never forget this. The first day when we left that meeting, he said, "You better keep up. You better keep up." Name is Tim Grover. I worked with Michael Jordan for 15 years. Everyone knows me as his trainer, but my official title was a sports enhancement specialist. If you walk into a gym and I've worked with you for 2 weeks, you're not my client. If I passed you a ball for 1 day and I shot video of you, you're not my client. I define a client of mine who's worked with me for numerous years. Scottie Pippen, numerous years. Charles Barkley, numerous years. Akeem Olajuwon, numerous years. Michael Jordan, numerous years. Kobe Bryant, numerous years. Dwayne Wade, numerous years. I mean, those are the top individuals, but I have others that have had successful careers. I played college basketball at University of Illinois at Chicago. I've always been a basketball buff, so I actually did my thesis on strength and conditioning for basketball players. When I graduated college, I had a master's degree in exercise science, and I always knew I wanted to train professional athletes. The only way you could really train professional athletes was working for a professional organization. I wanted to work more with individuals. So I actually wrote letters to all the players on the Chicago Bulls organization. And back then, there was no email. I wrote 14 letters to 14 different players. There are 15 players on a basketball team. The one person I did not write the letter to was Michael Jordan. I didn't get any response back, but I did get a call from the athletic trainer, Mark Feil at the time, saying, "Hey, we have a client that may be interested in your services. We want you to meet this individual, be at the house at 1 o'clock. So I go over there, I knock on the door, and guess who opens the door? I got a chance to sit with him for 30 minutes, told him what my philosophies were, what I could do for him, and he was looking for somebody that wanted to work directly with him. When you work with a team, you have a certain schedule. You're set on whatever the team schedule is. He wanted somebody that was a little bit more flexible, and then somebody that would focus in on his body, because everybody's needs are a little different. That was my path to him. I said, give me 30 days, let's see what happens. And 30 days turned into 15 years. He had gave me a list of what he was doing before. I said, tell me what you'd like to incorporate, what you'd like to keep out of this program. He goes, well, I want to start fresh. I want to start totally fresh. So my first thing with him was, all right, I don't care how fast you are, how high you jump. I said, none of that matters if you're constantly getting injured, if you're starting to have little nagging injuries. And one thing that he was very susceptible to was groin pulls and ankle injuries. So I said, let's address those things first. The more healthy you are, the better you'll be able to play. And I said, let's worry about being quicker, stronger, faster later. And most people put the concept of we need to make you quicker, stronger, faster first. The quicker, stronger, faster you make an individual, the more susceptible they are to injuries. Because they don't know how to handle that extra speed. They don't know how to handle that extra quickness. They don't know how to handle that extra power. When you do those things, you got to learn how to stop too. So everyone teaches you how to go, go, go. No one teaches you how to stop. So my big philosophy was him, all right, let's deal with the injuries that you have. Let's take care of those things first. And by doing that, the more healthier you get, it's automatically going to improve your game. His obsession to win and to compete on the basketball court and everything he does was the same way that I felt. My obsession to help an athlete get better, to keep them injury-free, to play every single game. And if something didn't work, it was like, I always felt it was like my fault. If he missed a game-winning shot, even though I wasn't out on the basketball court, well, what could I have done better? If he was more fresh, if he was in better condition, or if he turned an ankle, or if he jammed a finger, I'd automatically start thinking in my head, did I do too much? Didn't I do enough? Why did I leave that exercise out? I should have done this. So it's the constant rewind of everything over and over again to do it next time even better. Everyone knows Michael is a huge foundation and fundamentals guy. All the crazy stuff that you see him doing in the air and all the fancy moves, he never practiced those. He practiced the fundamentals because he knew if he could master the fundamentals, master the foundation, those other moves would automatically come. That was the same philosophy I had. We started off with just the basic compound movements that you would see any strength and conditioning individual do. You know, anything from bench press and dumbbell presses to cleans to deadlifts to squats, all the basic stuff to build the foundation first. During the off season, we would go anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. As we got closer to the season, the intensity increased and the time became a little short. It would be about an hour to 90 minutes. And then once the season started, the workouts were anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. If there were certain things he just didn't want to do, he would always say, no gimmicks. I want proven stuff, I want proven facts, I want proven results. Because that's what he was all about. He was about proving himself every single game, every single practice, that he was the best athlete, the best basketball player every single day. A lot of trainers come in and they ask the client, how do you feel? It's your job to know how the client feels. You should have paid attention to how many minutes he played, how physical the game was, whether they won or lost, what kind of mental state this person is after a win, what kind of mental state is he in after a loss. And back then, remember, a lot of the games weren't even televised live, so you'd have to stay up late. I had to record the games on and then get up early the next morning and watch them before I could see my client. I was as obsessed as he was, but I needed to know. Now everyone, you have the Fitbits that, you know, count the person's step. I would literally write down how many steps he took every single basketball game. I have pieces of paper still now. I would rewind it, watch it again, rewind it, watch again, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how many steps he took in the first quarter. This is how many he took in the second. These how many took he took to the left. This is how many took to the right, forward, back, all this stuff. So that way I could understand which body part and which angle he used most, which one he used less. And the training programs were totally developed around that methodology. If you look in a game, and you notice that they have a tendency to pull 50% more to the right and only 20% to the left. Well, if you're going equal distance when they're training, it's not going to correlate to the court. He would go so much more in one direction, you didn't want to overuse that side, so you'd put the emphasis there. But that was the adjustments that somebody who's obsessive, you notice and you pay attention to. You're not going to take a superstar who's that good and increase their abilities by 10% during an off season. It's just not going to happen. They're looking for that 1% of how can I get better. Every single year, it has to show improvement. If it doesn't show improvement, then I'm not keeping up with them. So I would tell Michael, I'm going to create more power, more strength, and more force for you. Now it's your job to learn how to control it and what you do with it. That's not my expertise. Whether I worked with Michael or not, he was still going to be the greatest basketball player ever. I helped him stay there a little bit longer. When we first started training him, we always did it after practice. With the amount of minutes he was playing, the physicality and so forth, I was like, Michael, we have to make this adjustment. I said, there's just not enough time. Let's move it before practice. Let's make it the first thing you do in the morning. After each workout, after each game, after each practice, I would ask him one question. I would say 5, 6, or 7. And he would either give me a number or he would put up a hand. So if he did this, that means be at the house at 5 a.m. If he did 6, it was be at the house at 6, it was time to be at 7. And that's how the Breakfast Club evolved. He invited Scottie Pippen and then Ron Harper, and they would work out every single morning. Big elaborate setup in the basement downstairs. Each one had a little different program because they all had needs that were particular to those individuals. And afterwards, if you showed up for the workout, you got a chance to eat breakfast upstairs. Those guys never missed a workout. They never missed a workout, because if you missed a workout, the tongue lashing and the trash talking Michael would talk to you at practice that next morning, you're better off making it to the workout and not having to hear his mouth than to show up at practice knowing you missed the workout. I don't consider it tough. I consider it accountability. He was like, if I train this hard, I play this hard, I practice this hard, if I can go 38 minutes in a game and come to practice the next day, be taped up, ready to go, and practice as hard as I possibly can, why can't you? People know the game was so much more physical back then. Nowadays, you can go around the players. Back in those days, you had to go through them, around them, over them, under them. You had to develop all those things. So the Detroit Pistons were his main nemesis, but it was also like he wanted to be known as the most dominant player ever. Michael was up for anybody. He didn't care. Every game, every practice, every off day was circled on Michael's calendar. He would go into practice wanting to destroy anybody and everybody in practice. And he said, the harder I practice, the easier the game will become. He did everything to an extreme so it would actually make the games much easier for him. It worked. Every single practice, every single training session, every single game, Michael always gave you a wow moment. When they won their first championship and they were playing the Los Angeles Lakers, they lost the first game. And I remember him telling me, he goes, we're winning this series. I saw everything I needed to see. Every loss was a learning experience. It was an education thing. He didn't beat himself up over it. Michael C's got this great statement. He goes, I never lost a game. I just ran out of time. He played between 213 and 218. That was his weight. And depending on whether they were going to handle him more physically, whether he needed to be a little bit more finesse, being able to jump a little higher, jump a little faster. So the adjustments were constantly made, but it was more to keep his body at a chronological age that wasn't the same as his physiological age. Now that he was getting up there, 29, 30, 31, I still wanted his body to be able to perform as though it was 2 years younger. As an athlete gets older, there's certain types of muscle fibers that have a tendency not to work the same way, and you have to continue to work those at a rapid pace. So I don't need you to be stronger anymore, because there is a point of no return with an athlete where they can actually become too strong or they can become too big, and it actually has an adverse effect on how they train. So what happened was, as we got older, his weights actually got lighter, but the movements got faster. The idea was, okay, I need you to move this amount of weight from point A to point B faster than you did last year. The workouts became shorter in duration, but increased in intensity. As his star grew, there was less time for me, because there's more time needed for endorsements, different travel, family. So I'm not going to say, hey, listen, I still need 3 hours a day. I still need 2 hours a day. What are the variables? What are the things that I need to keep in? How can I still get the same results in a 2-hour workout in 45 minutes now? Well, as the body slows down, how about if we have the brain to see things faster, to be able to recognize things ahead of time? I can't have you lifting the weight at the same speed, but you have the ability to process information faster because you have more knowledge, you have more understanding. So that's why we started to do different things with lights and objects and so forth. Like when he would be tired, I would give him something to think about, some kind of puzzle to figure out, some kind of light thing to figure out, so that, hey, while the brain is tired, let's challenge it. Because if resistance makes your muscles grow, well, resistance makes the brain sharper. I didn't travel with him because I never worked for the organization. So I was not allowed on the team plane. I'd have to book my own flights, have everything set up before he got there, scope the different local gyms and see what's going on. Phil Jackson had told Michael that he couldn't travel with his golf clubs anymore. So it became my responsibility to take his golf clubs, even if he wasn't going to play. To me, that was part of his training regimen. I knew how relaxed it made him from a mental standpoint. It helped him get into the zone. If you watch the old videos of the Beatles, how people used to surround them, imagine that. That's how it was with him wherever he went. Individuals would literally hand their children and just say, just touch my baby, because they thought he had this like magical power that were like, it was the craziest thing. And once he was in the hotel, he couldn't leave. So golf was the one place where he could go somewhere. The taking of the clubs was as important from a mental standpoint from him. His mind could literally be off of basketball and the obsession of everybody else around him. And just by observing things and by tracking to see if he played golf, what was his mental state afterwards? What were the results in the game? If he ate this, did he score more points? Did he score less? If he took a nap at 4 and he got up at 5:30, if he took a nap at 2 and got up at 3, what were the outcomes of the game? Every little bit. If he drank a certain glass of wine, whatever, I paid attention to everything and how it related to the end result. The training for baseball is completely different than the training for basketball. The easiest way to give an example is when you play basketball, there's a certain amount of arc that goes on a basketball shot to maximize the space on the rim. When you throw a baseball from right field, you can't put an arc on the ball. It's got to be from point A to point B as fast as you can. So you have to retrain the whole shoulder muscle, what movement it's going to do. So the exercises we did for basketball were not applicable for baseball. The way you swing when you lead with your hips, completely different in baseball when you're swinging a bat than when you're stepping into a basketball shot. The funniest thing was when he got there in the minor leagues, those guys were a lot younger than him. In all the conditioning drills, he was lapping everybody there. He was like the first one done. And Michael always did more. So if you told him, you know, back and forth 10 times, he's going to do 12, he's going to do 13. That's just his competitive nature. He said, I'm not going to let anybody outdo me. During my off time between his retirement and when we started the baseball training, I had already started to put a workout together and started to do my research and homework saying, if he ever comes back, what's going to happen from a physiological standpoint? What will we have to do in order to get him back? When he came back and he started to play, we had a discussion with him. And I said, Michael, there's not enough time to transition your body. Because he came back at the end of that season. And I said, there's not enough time to transition your body from baseball to basketball. For you to be playing at the optimal level that you were before, I said, there just isn't enough time. Now, from a skill standpoint, that's on you. Okay, but I'm just telling you from a performance standpoint, there just isn't. When that happened, I don't remember the day that they lost that game to Orlando. I think it was a home game. We were the last ones in the arena. We're getting ready to leave out. And I said, Michael, I'll see you. He goes, I'll see you tomorrow. So that training process started right away. A lot of athletes mature physically, but they don't mature mentally. Michael's game not only became sharper physically, but it also became more defined and more sharper from a mental standpoint. He knew when to use energy, when to conserve it. He knew how to intimidate the opponent without having to say a word. We talk about this in our book, Relentless. He was known as one of the biggest trash talkers out there. But he didn't trash talk to get into the opponent's head. He would trash talk to get into his own head because now whatever he said, he had to go out and back it up. So if he went and told you, I'm going to give you 50, that wasn't to put pressure on the opponent. That was to put pressure on himself to say, now I've said this, I have to deliver. Because his expectations were always greater than what anybody else put on him. I actually moved to Washington with him. It was a 2-year period. And they didn't get into the playoffs, they didn't win as much. But the biggest accomplishment, and if I remember right, his last year at the age of 40, he played 82 games. Listen, you want your team to win. You want him to have the trophy because that's the ultimate prize. But you have to set individual goals for yourself. As the trainer of the greatest athlete, You can't set a realistic goal. You can't set, I'd be happy if he plays 70 games. You have to set an unrealistic goal saying, I want him healthy enough, physically and mentally, to play every single game. A cooler is an individual who's good at what they do. You give them a job to do, they get that job done. Nothing exceptional. There used to be this term on sports, and they still use it now, that that person's a closer, where the closer is they would hit the game-winning shot, or the pitcher that comes in the game, or somebody hits the home run. Closer's an individual that's great at what they do. They produce that end result as long as many variables aren't thrown at them. When I was watching Michael and they would call him a closer, and I would just say, you cannot classify him just like everybody else. I have this concept, it's called a cleaner. A cleaner is an individual that delivers that end result over and over again, no matter what's thrown at them. They deliver multiple championships, multiple aha moments, multiple end results. And that's what Michael did. And because he never really stopped, because here's the one thing, his obsession with the game was whenever you said he couldn't do something, it became a challenge to him. It was like, all right, Michael, you can't win a championship leading the league in scoring. Yes, you can. So I'm gonna go lead the league in scoring and win a championship. Michael, you can't lead the league in scoring and be the best defensive player in the league. Yes, I can. I can lead the league in scoring, win a championship, and be the most dominant player on both ends of the court. So whatever somebody challenged him about, it was like, I could show you. The way I described him is you weren't going to a basketball game. You were going to a performance. It was like going to a ballerina. It was like going to the opera. If you ever went to the United Center when Michael was playing, people would literally be dressed up in suits, ties. The women would be in evening gowns, and when the buzzer went off in the introduction, everybody was in their seats. You did not want to miss a moment because you never knew what he was going to do. And every single game, every single moment, he never disappointed you. He's the one that set the trend of basketball players lifting, basketball players training, individuals having their own individual. Your superstars, they're not afraid to share their knowledge, their expertise, what they did. That's how I got to Kobe, was through Michael. He was the one that recommended me. He's the one that says, hey, why don't you try my guy? They're not afraid to do that because you know what? It forces them to elevate their game because they know there are no secrets out there. There are no secrets. You look at your top athletes, they'll lay everything out on the table. Receiving the information is free. There's no cost to that. The price comes in is what you do with that information, and most people just aren't willing to pay the price, or they're not willing to pay the price long enough. Michael paid the price all the time, every single practice, every single off day, every single game.
Fellow barbers, we have gotten to a place we are not sure that this one machine that all barbers use, that we can depend on it any longer. We found ourselves lost, hiding our endless masters in our drawers. what if I told you there was a change? What if I told you there was another side that seems like there can be hope for the Andes Masters? What if I told you this is true? Alright YouTube, so basically what we're going to do right now is go into Lowe's and get all the products that you need to make the Andes Masters a lot quieter than what they are. So come on, follow me, make sure y'all put your mask on. So this is going to be the first item that you're going to need. It's going to change out the top. It's going to change out the top area where you open up the Andes Masters. You'll see that black. In the video, I'll show you guys later. But what I use for this is that I use outlet sealer. It's basically it works with stuff that's already electrical, and the padding is a lot thicker than the one that's in the Masters. So this is why I use this. So this is the first item right here. So let's grab this. Let's look for the next item. Alright, so the next thing you're going to need is electrical tape. I use the black one. If you have not seen Tito Cut's method of how to get them silent, I believe he used this black tape. But this is definitely still, you need this. This goes for $2.88. I believe this went for like $2 as well. So right now we're at $5. And now we got one more item to get, and once I find that, I'll show you this. Y'all did this out like 2 times. That's crazy. Yeah. Alright, thank you. Yep. Alright, so y'all see that I had to get help because I don't know why this time I couldn't find it. But
because you don't know how to look.
I don't. The next thing you're gonna need, honestly, this is probably the most important one out of these two. It is. Boom. That's the secret sauce. Earplugs. I'm not sure why this foam works the best, but earplugs is the best thing. This is a 10 pair. Usually you get from Lowe's. This is $3. I said we was at 5. So this is a total of $8. Under $10. You can make your Masters one of the silent clippers now by using all 3 of these. I'm gonna go to my house. I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to put all this together to make your Masters. The next big thing, this is a problem for a lot of people that has that loud noise with the Andes Masters. And these 3 products right here, I'm showing you guys will definitely silence your clipper, alright? So let's get to that. Let's get to the curtain. Alright, so I said I was gonna do this at home. However, I did do the video. This is me doing part 2 because I feel like it could have done better. So I'm doing it at the shop, and here we go. So here's everything that you guys are going to need. As you guys see, these are the things that I bought from Lowe's. These are the tools that you're going to need, and I took off the blade already from the Masters. So this is everything that you're going to need to make your Masters really, really silent, better than what they were. So let's get right into it. So basically, the first thing you want to do is you want to take off this, if you have this on your Masters. If you don't, and then you don't have to worry about that. But you want to open this bad boy up. And the reason for that is you're going to be using this. So let's open this up. Now when you open this up, you are going to have a piece. It's not going to look like this. This is why we're switching it out. And you're going to have a piece that's just going to be like between the wiring and this covering. So what you're going to do is take this off, and you're going to really cut out the same exact thing that's in there and switch it out with this. And if you do that, you'll notice that this material is a lot more thicker. So the vibrations of the masters, and it won't be as strong. It'll be more silent just in that alone. So I think this is a real important thing to do. Make sure that you cut it in the exact way. It has that space and everything like that. So when you put it on here by itself, it should look just like the other one. And just take your time. There's no perfect way to do it. But I just took mine out. I laid it on top of this piece and I just molded it. And once you do that, you'll have your inside piece done. And honestly, that's like one of the most easiest parts. Let me just get this right. Lay this back down. We're going to screw this back in. And this is one of the most easiest adjustments to do. But I did make sure that I did get something that was better between this casing and the wires, just because I feel like the other one's more flimsy. This is more sturdier. The next thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to get your earplugs, and this is very, very important. Honestly, the earplugs is probably one of the most important things about this modification. How you cut these is very important. You have these prongs right here, and that's where these earplugs are going to go. But these are way too big how they come, so you have to cut it down. I'm going to try my best to just show you guys the first time, but it did take me some time to understand how they should look. So I'll show you how mine's look at the end. It's not perfect, but that's how mine's look. See how the difference? You want it to look like that. So this is what I did. Since I know how I want mine to look, I basically almost do like half. So I cut half, and then I work with this right here. Now, of course, when you know about earplugs, when you squeeze them, they stay there, but they do come out. They do stretch back out, and that was the main reason why I even use earplugs anyway, because of the flexibility and the comfort, but they're still strong and sturdy to be used. So when you're moving back and forth, it doesn't cling or hit anything. But it also is flexible to shrink, which is also needed as well. Because a lot of people probably look at this video and say, oh, you're doing a lot of damage to your clipper. But here's the reason why it took me so long to do this, because I wanted to make sure there was no damage to the clipper. So anyway, once you do that, once you cut it off halfway, you are going to try to make it skinnier. So just cut off just a little bit of the edges. Not too much, because you, like I said, you want it to not cling on to other stuff and bang and make that noise. So, like I said, when you squeeze it, it shrinks. So this is like perfect. Mine's gonna get just like this. I'll show you guys. I just squeezed it and it looks just like this. But when you let it sit, it's gonna stretch back out, which you want it to do. And let me just clean this up for now. You want this to look just like this. You want it to stretch out. This is a big difference, and it's very, very key. So that being said, okay, so once you got both of them done, I'm just doing one for right now, but once you got both of them done, they look like this. Now you need to find something that's the same size as these prongs, right? So if you guys ever had the Beam Team Cordless Expressor, this is what cleans any like airbrushes, if you have any of that. See what matches up to the same exact size of this, right? And I found it. This basically matches up to this. And the reason why you want to do that is because you want to make a hole in the middle. Now carefully do that. You don't want to be like really, really aggressive with it. But try to create a hole in the middle. If you find like a safety pins works best too, but I didn't have one right here at the shop right now. So I'm just twisting and I'm going, but don't go all the way to the top. If you can see through, if you can see the metal or whatever you're using through this, then you went too far. You just want to go just kind of close, but not too close, and make sure that you're really creating a hole there, because you want to easily put this on the masters, and then you have your hole. Once you do that, you test it. Put this on top of the prong, and you can squeeze it tight. I know that you don't want it to be too crazy, and I know that this is a perfect fit. Like I said, it looks crazy, but I guarantee you this works. That's the perfect fit for that. So that one worked. So I'm gonna get my originals, and honestly, I can cut this down a little bit, even my own originals, so y'all don't look like y'all look completely different from mine. Okay, so I got these two sitting. Now I'm gonna get this out the way because we're done with that. We're done with the earplugs, and now we're gonna be working on the tape. If you haven't seen Tito Cut's video, he used black tape, and the black tape does help take down the noise a little bit. But if you really want to do like a double whammy, because this is basically what this is right now, is that the prongs is the reason why. It's because this piece right here, the little place where the prongs sit in, is too wide for one, so you're always going to hear a clash of metal and plastic because how strong the clipper is, the motor is. So the black tape, it softens that up once you put the prongs in, that it's not that much clashing. But when you do with the earplugs in this, you should really hear your clipper be silent and not damaging it, because that's key as well. Like, I'm not trying to mess nobody's clippers up. This is just for those that really cannot stand that sound and you want to try it. Just give it a try and see how you like it. I guarantee you, honestly, this is the only way I'm using my masters. Just being honest. So we're going to get the black tape. Get that out the way. Going to get the black tape, and I only probably use about that much. I'll use about this much. I'm not sure how much this is, probably like 2 inches, but only use that much. Get my scissors, cut that, and now I'm going to tweak this and cut more, but I'm just showing you how I do it. Let me get this out the way real quick. So basically, like I said, Tito Cuts also did it as well, but what I do is I cover the top first, and then I get the corners, and depending on what kind of black tape you got, some is like real sticky and some's not. This one is not that sticky, but I kind of just need it just because of the texture, the consistency. And this one, I can stretch it a little bit, so I try not to keep it, the black tape, I try not to put it all the way up here. I like to not see that while I'm cutting. So what I do is I put it right under that little nozzle, whatever this little bump is. I like to put it, let me see, wherever this bump is, I like to put the tape literally right there, and I try to hold it there. Sometimes it doesn't want to hold. Boom. And then I'll stretch it around the corner. And the reason why I do that is because it is for some reason this tape that I have is stretchable, and I feel like it holds it down better. And I'll stretch it around the corner. Boom. Now, those grooves, you get your thumb and go right into the grooves. Get your thumb, go right into the grooves. Boom. Because that's the main thing that you really want to protect. Now you have all this extra tape, and that's the tape I'm going to cut, because the main thing I cared about is getting the tape in the grooves and letting it stay, and then you have all of this extra right here. I do not keep all of this. I will cut that, because like I said, this is not about damaging a clipper. It's just trying to keep it silent without messing up anything internally. And even this, then I will cut a slit right here, just so I can really bend it down so it doesn't really mess anything up. Like I said, I like to keep everything as is. I'm just trying to add a layer of this tape because it does help silence clipper. Alright, so now that I did that, it's time to put it on clipper. I know this looks crazy, but I promise you it works. So what I do is I take it from like this, and I try to make sure that when I press down lightly, it does just sink in, which it does, because if it doesn't automatically just sink in like that, that means you left too much. So now I close it, and you can't see anything. I closed it, it's good. When I let go, it does pop up, which is a good thing. You don't want it to be too much. You want it just right. So when you close it, keep your thumb on that, and then it's time to put the top steel blade on. I think, so make sure they're both tight. And that's that. Yeah, I want to hear how it sounds. Here it goes. And that's open. And that's closed. You still got the power. You got everything that you want. And I'm telling you right here, right now, if you love the masters and you want them silent, this will work. So thank y'all for watching this video. I appreciate y'all. If y'all have any comments, if this is something that you're nervous to do and you want me to do it, reach out to me and I'll definitely try to accommodate you, giving you a price and everything like that. But I really felt like this is something I thought I could share with everybody. And yeah, let me know what you guys think. But we got them back, y'all. They silent. Be blessed, y'all. You have a good one. Alright, YouTube, so I know I just showed you guys how I silence the masters. I know you guys heard how they sound, but I promise you they sound different with, you know, other clippers. It did sound like they sounded real loud, so this is why I'm doing this video, or this part of the video. I have a decibel. However you rate the sound of something, I have that. So we're going to do a few of my clippers. Let's do my seniors. Let's hear how they sound and what they get up to. So they're at 80. Let's do my JRLs. They're at 63. Now, let's do the masters. I told you they got quieter. So let's see if they got any quieter than the seniors. Let me see, because I can't see. They're right at 75. They're quieter than these seniors that I have right here. And I promise you, when you hear this in the shop, it's not much of a difference. And that's the reason why I made this video, so you guys can really hear how they sound to other clippers, because for some reason, I'm not sure why, when you just do one clipper, it sounds when you're just doing one clipper, it sounds like it's just crazy loud for no reason. So let me know what y'all think. Like I said, hit me up, and I'll try to help you out if you do not want to do this yourself. Take it easy.
Michael Jordan, a $4 million a year superstar, leaping, twirling, flying through the air like a man unleashed from gravity.
Jordan! Look at that! Holy cow!
I mean, the first time I ever saw Michael Jordan, it was our camp, and I said, I think I just saw the best 6'4" high school player I've ever seen.
There is just no limit to what Michael can do.
Michael Jordan in high school, no luck with girls, got cut from the varsity team.
You think where he came from as a sophomore in high school, not to make his varsity team 3 years, and he's National Player of the Year.
Your tongue hanging out.
Here comes Michael, tongue hanging.
But he has that tongue out so much, I've often worried about somebody coming up with an elbow and just knocking it right off.
Let me tell you a little bit about this guy. He worked so hard. One year he was running a 4.640. From 1 year to the next, he knocked that down from a 4.640 to a 4.340.
From Laney High School, Wilmington, North Carolina, a superstar. You see the time remaining, 32 seconds to win the championship.
The biggest shot in North Carolina history for a first-year guy to come up.
Arizona, the United States Olympic team against the NBA All-Stars.
If I were going to pick the best athletes I've ever seen play basketball, I think he's the best athlete I've ever seen play basketball, bar none.
There you saw Michael Jordan's tremendous skills as he went past Magic Johnson.
The uncanny ability to be able to create shots and hang in the air. There's just nobody like him.
Damn, man, only Doc has ever did that.
It's no secret or surprise of how great he was.
In my opinion, Michael Jordan has the opportunity to become one of the all-time great basketball players.
Did not lose a game, either against the NBA players in their exhibition series.
We're getting some real competition in this ball.
Flying through the air with your tongue out in front of the baddest motherfucking basketball players in the world.
Michael Jordan, what a play!
Harvard made a nice play. Well,
Kicking shit on a level that they've never seen before.
The U.S. has its 9th gold medal.
As captain of the U.S. Olympic basketball team last summer, he brought in the gold. Jordan says he owes everything to his parents. He gave his gold medal to his mother.
Welcome to the 1984 NBA College Draft.
During the 1984 NBA Draft, the Blazers passed up on Michael Jordan to take center Sam Bowie 2nd overall.
Selects Sam Bowie, University of Kentucky. The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan of the University of North Carolina.
We started practicing our first day in preseason, and I got a call after practice from an assistant coach and said, "You didn't mess this draft up."
And now the noise factor begins to really increase. Here is the man. They call him Mr. Jordan in Chicago. The standing ovation.
The first time he stepped on a professional floor, all you had to do was look to see. There was an artist at work.
Michael feels that he can do whatever he wants, and you're in some sort of a different zone when you're out there.
I'm not sure people really know how good this guy is. And they usually concentrate on the fact that what a beautiful dunker he is. If he didn't dunk a basketball, he would be as great as anyone that ever played this game.
Can't get at the ball. Short to the hoop. King in the air, score! Bullets, one time.
I'm surprised at how fast I'm picking up the game.
Brown will put it in. Here's Williams. Let's see if they go for 3 or 2 here. Thomas, a three-pointer there. That's it!
And
assassin personified that had that killer instinct. A killer instinct that he came into the league with.
He has the ability to take control of a game, to make the big shot.
Jordan kicks it to Watley, down to 12 seconds. You see the clock now has been inserted in your screen. Jordan driving, he'll go for it.
The magic of this guy, Michael Jordan, the rookie. I'm out of adjectives already.
I'm going to tell my kids about his sheer will to win, the unflappable, unshakable confidence.
Yeah, he got it! He got it! He got it! Here comes Indiana. Vern Fleming, 2 seconds, 1 second. He didn't get it off in time. The Bulls have won the ball game. The Bulls have won the ball game. Michael Jordan, you talk about pressure.
Since he arrived, the stadium, which used to be 2/3 empty, has been sold out every game.
You can just substitute Knicks right there. It could be Jordan Law's Lakers, Jordan Law's Celtics, and everything else. Everywhere you go, you're getting this kind of thing. Last night, your first appearance at the Garden.
Michael Jordan puts on a show.
And he has shot to stardom already, although still in his first month as a professional.
Nobody like him. Point blank. I never seen nobody play like he plays.
Game. Moncrief tried to get it away, but broken up by Daly, and gets it away to Jordan. Oh, showtime for Mr. Jordan.
He was the first to wear the number 23.
And young Madonna in the crowd.
You know, he had the it factor. There was a James Dean, a Lone Ranger quality to Michael Jordan.
Can he fly or what?
Well, here's one of these nice fancy dunks. Most players really don't have to worry about doing it.
He's up on the board. You're trying to go one-on-one. He lost the ball. They're still away. Laid out for Jordan.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan is the greatest basketball player that I've seen.
Come on! And that's what they came to see, didn't they?
He made me want to be an NBA basketball player.
Still tie it. There's Jordan. The rookie from North Carolina, the rookie is playing like an all-pro.
We all know that Michael Jordan was the greatest basketball player ever.
Nobody that I've seen had the type of mental toughness that Michael Jordan had.
Jumper under heavy pressure. 35 seconds left.
And on the court, it was perfection. The way he wore his uniform, the socks low, the sneakers, sent people into a frenzy. He was the first to do so many things.
And Nike's coming out with a clothing line called Air Jordan.
Oh yes, his own shoe. They call it Air Jordan.
It's as hot as a Cabbage Patch doll right now. The endorsements are fast and furious.
Jordan's getting rich. His Chicago salary is reportedly more than $500,000 a year.
Coke and McDonald's for $800,000.
North Carolina to the height of superstar.
He doesn't wear one white glove. He wears strange-looking sneakers, and he soars through the air.
There, Jordan goes in for a shot.
Says Jordan is a key reason overall league attendance is up more than 7%.
What more could Michael Jordan ask for? In less than a year, he's been named Collegiate Player of the Year. He's won an Olympic gold medal.
Turned into Captain Marvel again. Well, he's got him standing in the aisles already.
Set the NBA on fire, and he's been picked to start in Sunday's All-Star game.
He participated in the in the dunk contest.
Yeah, 3 times.
He was the first.
All right, here's Michael Jordan of the Chicago Bulls. One of the hot candidates for Rookie of the Year honors as he slams it home.
He wants to indicate where he's going to take off on this dunk.
Last effort of his semi-final run. Here's Michael Jordan of the Chicago Bulls.
can fly, can't you?
Well, look, I said to so many people that we're fortunate in our lifetime to have seen a Michael Jordan.
Here's Jordan down the middle, all the way!
Rather than be born 30 years from now and only hear about the legacy.
Look at this crowd! Look at this crowd up on their feet! He went right down the middle, and Artis Gilmore slammed it over the top of the bench. And a timeout taken by the San Antonio.
People think that Jordan gets mythologized out of proportion. In fact, if anything, he becomes underrated over time.
Jordan driving!
Michael Jordan is just this ultra bad mother.
Basket! Michael Jordan with 43, and the Bulls have a 5-point lead. That is it.
This year, it's not lonely at all. Chicago has virtually doubled its attendance.
Because there's a whole generation of kids now who's going to swear by LeBron James. Because if you're watching LeBron James, it's hard to imagine that anyone was ever better than that. But kids, I'm here to tell you there was someone better than that.
Jordan just rocked the cradle for his 10th point, and the Bucks are going to call time. Here's a kaboom.
Highlighting NBA news, the Chicago Bulls in an unfamiliar spot. They're still on top. 3 games into the season, they won again tonight. What's interesting about last night was the fact that star Michael Jordan was injured early in the game.
Out of a total of 64 games, Michael defied the recommendations of his team doctors and management, came back and led his team to the playoffs.
Air Jordan is no longer Time Jordan. The Chicago Bulls are in the playoffs, and there are no restrictions on Michael's playing time.
The only question that remains is Michael Jordan really back?
When you think about Michael, you know, scoring 60 in Boston Garden in the playoff game.
To me, he was the first athlete who had great fundamentals. Most super athletes depend on the fact that they could just jump over you and run by you. But he took it technically.
This is game 2 of our best of 5, first round. Chicago had a 12-point lead in the first half of the game against the Celtics. Hits the jumper, but Bird played pretty well defensively against Jordan there. Michael Jordan has 8 points and is the game high scorer. Going baseline. Michael Jordan, 21 points.
I mean, against the Celtics, and that at that time, who had one of the best teams ever.
1 second on the clock. So now we'll see how Chicago responds to that knockdown punch. Jordan trying to use his quickness, and it works. Michael Jordan with 44 now in the ball game. Jordan cuts the Celtic lead to 2.
Larry Bird said God in shorts waxed her when Michael Jordan dropped 63.
And a foul, late sweep. A foul against Kevin McHale has been called by Middleton with no time showing on the clock. He can tie it up here and send the game in overtime. No time remaining. This is pressure.
People calling him God.
It moved Larry Bird to say, that's not Michael Jordan. That's God disguised as Michael Jordan.
Jordan with an all-time record 63 points in a single playoff game.
Jordan was always good enough.
Yeah.
He scored 63 points in a playoff game.
Yes, he did.
And I think he played with us for.
I love it. Everyone's picking us to do somewhat bad, and it takes all pressure off this team.
Watch Gino get ready to hit it all the way down the court. With Michael going, maybe?
Yep, there it is. Michael Jordan on the breakaway. 37 for Jordan. It's
And when they started trying to crown him early on, he didn't believe in that. He felt I didn't belong, and I felt like I had to prove myself. Just like when I was at North Carolina, I had to prove myself.
With the drive. Plays it in.
League's leading scorer, Michael Jordan, averaging 37 points a game.
Boom, perfect timing. The guy's the best defensive player in the league. He's the best offensive player, and he's the best competitor.
By Jordan, the ball loose. Theus gets it. Theus on the dribble, off to the right, takes it in, and Jordan steals the ball.
9 times first team all defensive NBA.
Here's Michael Jordan on the drive. In on Joe Klein, all the way. Jordan.
just got posted around.
Slam dunk championship, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins. And
just, you take this for granted now, but just the dunking. And just him being in the slam dunk contest, wearing his shoes. Everybody wanted those shoes. Everybody wanted to see him to dunk. That's like all you cared about.
Dominique versus Michael in the dunk contest was like Hagler, Hearns, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier.
From high above the rim.
Well, now Jordan does have his first taste of pressure in the slam dunk competition.
Michael said, well, I got one better. I'm going to kick my legs out.
It's a heavyweight fight. This is what everybody was building up for.
I'm predicting a 50 on that. Be hard not to give him 50 on that one, Steve. That was impressive.
They both got 50s on their first dunks.
Incredible. Could we call it a make good? I mean, that's a two-hand windmill with authority. Now for Michael Jordan. Here's the story. Wilkins finishes with 145. Michael Jordan needs a 48 to tie, a 49 to win. And Michael is backing all the way to the middle of the back.
Michael, he understands the moment. He walked down, he took his time.
48 ties, a 49 wins. Well, the crowd lets you know what they think of it. 50. They gave him a 50. They gave Jordan a 50. He defends his championship.
My lifetime, a moment or history, I look at what we call the shot.
We have had three-point drama here in the final minutes of the game.
An irregular timeout.
Pippen brings it across, defended by Harper. 11 seconds to go.
In the middle of the floor.
Jordan has it. Jordan puts up a jumper and hits with 6 seconds to go. This tells it all. Cleveland has the ball.
The greatest clutch performer in playoffs history has to be Michael Jordan.
Gets the ball back, drives to the hoop, lays it in with 3 seconds to go.
What I've always said about Michael is he never feared the consequences of missing.
Here's our story here at Richfield Coliseum. One of these teams will advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals against the New York Knicks.
And I'll tell you an interesting story about the greatness of Michael Jordan.
Doug Collins began to say he wanted to pass the ball to Dave Corzine, and that's when Jordan slammed his fist on the clipboard and said, "Give me the effing ball." As the Bulls break the huddle, Jordan whispers to his teammate Craig Hodges, "I'm going to make it."
The Bulls have 3 seconds to try a shot. Zellers has Jordan. Jordan.
Fist. Cavs coach Lenny Wilkins could hear Jordan yell, go home," to Cavs fans nearby.
We're going to New York, baby.
All right, and the song was called by Anita Bailey.
That was get the ball, Michael. Everybody get the out of the way. Go to the basket.
Just how famous he was. And Bird was famous, Magic was famous. Michael had a different level of just, when he walked in, it was like a hurricane. Just every eye in the building was always on him.
Sounds like you're describing Muhammad Ali, you know
it was like Ali.
Michael Jordan is a phenomenon. All these kids standing, taking pictures and like reaching out to touch him. It's like, I compare it to biblically about people reaching out trying to touch Christ's garment.
This month's Fortune magazine did some number crunching to calculate how much money Jordan has generated in his career.
Show me the money aspect of Michael Jordan Incorporated.
Show me the money.
His cologne has reportedly raked in $155 million.
Michael Jordan was the one who made fans watch, and Michael Jordan was the one who made fans buy.
No one moves more jerseys than number 23. He's also the world's highest paid athlete. He makes more than $30 million a year just doing TV commercials like these.
Hello.
Pressing to bring it in. He comes into contact.
He was born with killer instinct because you can't learn it. You can't create it. You can't teach it. You can't coach it. You're either built that way or you're not.
That he could fly is really magical on television, and it brought people who were not basketball fans in just at the sheer majesty and grace of his movement.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
We had dethroned the Celtics. We had dethroned the Lakers. And we thought that we deserved a little bit of respect as a champion.
Who in God's name would stop Michael Jordan? First of all, the game was far more physical when Michael Jordan played.
Dantley knocks him down, and Michael's up ready to go with Dantley. What the heck is going on?
You saw him in the gym. He came back a little stronger. Shoulders were looking bigger.
In their time?
Right.
There's no hand checking now. You touch him now, it's a foul.
You really had to rip somebody's head off and throw it in the stands for you to get a flagrant foul.
They just don't want to see that in our basketball game.
He never complained. Rick Mahorn and those guys, Kevin McHale and those guys, beat him to a pulp.
And he still averaged 30.
360, tongue moving.
The Pistons with the indication that it is all
The decision was made just to walk off.
If you had it do over again, would you shake hands with the Bulls?
Absolutely.
The Detroit Pistons heading back to the locker room. Their season has concluded while the Chicago Bulls advance to the NBA championship round.
Compliments him, but not a perfect team. He carries this team. Rarely do players carry teams to wins, much less championships.
You're not going to avoid the Magic Michael thing.
And we got out on him about 12-2, and I said, I'm gonna really rattle his chain. So I went over there, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, hey, man, if you don't turn into Air Jordan, we're gonna blow you out today. Jimmy, his eyes got big. Usually that tongue comes about right here, now it's way out. And he's looking at me.
Stripped by Jordan. There's Jordan. Jordan scored the 46. That was the one loss in the series. Jordan again. He has 20.
Michael has a streak in him competitively that I've never seen in anyone before.
I think Michael Jordan had the perfect body. It's long, it's lean, he can run, he can jump. Everything was perfect.
The look away to Livingston. Jordan.
Michael Jordan in 1991 came down on us with the right hand, tongue out. He switched in midair to the left. And I was just stunned, and all of us were stunned to see him hang in the air that night.
And the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
Incredible. There'll never be.
The moral is you should not talk trash to Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Portland and Chicago. It was almost inevitable. For the Bulls, there are great expectations of a different kind. This team has its championship. Now it seeks its place in history.
All right, Mike, this is a series that features two of the NBA's premier players, Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler.
Two superstars, the Jordan-Drexler matchup.
Michael never played with a player that would get double teamed. So you had to carry that offensive load for not just a season, an entire career, and then on the other end be first team all defensive play. There's no one going to ever be like that, these super teams. Nobody will ever have that burden put on them.
Something was given to us by the notoriety, by the media, by the fans, that superstardom, and we have to protect it because everybody's coming in trying to get it.
Superstars love this situation. It's built up to be Jordan versus Drexler. Michael Jordan is saying, okay, come on, you're in my building.
Jordan with the steal! In commenting about the comparisons with Clyde Drexler, someone said, how about three-point shooting? Jordan made the point, well, I have not chosen to shoot three-point shots. As if to say, what if I wanted to go that route? Well, he has chosen to look for the three here in the first quarter. It's unusual to see Michael bombing away. That's his third three-point attempt.
Jordan made only 27 the entire regular season.
That's his fourth three-point field goal.
And the aura of being Michael Jordan.
Jordan. Yes! That is an NBA Finals record. 5 three-pointers in a half. Drexler for three, air ball.
Greatest competitor, the scariest competitor I've ever watched in any sport.
You see that look? Michael indicating he can't believe it. The Chicago Bulls have won the NBA championship for the second straight season.
Considering the relative youth of their nucleus, they could be in position to extend towards a dynasty.
He is not of this world, and there was an otherworldly aspect to Michael Jordan that he did things that nobody else could do.
For more than half a century, the U.S. was so dominant in basketball that its collegiate players were all that was needed to win the gold.
And here's the frosting for the USSR. They win it 82-76.
Those other countries were using pros, playing against 18, 19-year-old kids. That is really unfair.
Loss after loss for U.S. basketball at these tournaments. And what was once a golden tradition has paled into something less brilliant.
Just moments ago, the Dream Team boarded the bus outside their hotel along the Ramblas.
I kept thinking that the attention would dissipate. They're going to play the first game. They're going to win by 60.
There's nothing like that ever. And even in that, with all these guys being tremendous competitors, I'd have to say Michael was probably the most competitive in that whole group.
A 6'6" guard, Michael Jordan.
The guy on the bench is taking pictures.
What may well be the best basketball team ever assembled.
Curtinitis, but Mullin reads him so well, and watch out. So suddenly the lead stretches to 15. Oh!
Prior to the U.S. beating these teams by 60 points, they pose at midcourt.
It's a watershed moment in the history of sports, not just the Olympics, not just basketball.
Never before and never again will there be such a team.
Yes, look at these numbers. 31 straight points at one stretch, 46-1 run by the United States.
It gave birth to international stars who had nothing to do with those games in '92, but who took so much from it.
Ahead to Scotty. Throws it back to Michael, caught on one hand from 50 off the board.
He's just being told by Bruce Alexander, you have a delay of game. Now, if you step over, I'm going to have to call it.
Rodman will defend on the inbounds. Pippen will toss in. B.J. Armstrong is on the floor for the Bulls.
The inbounds a card right to Jordan. Time winding down. Michael for three. Yes! A winner! Unbelievable!
What we're talking about here is arguably the greatest player who ever lived, really indisputable to most of us.
Knicks beat the Chicago Bulls last night to even up their playoff series, one game apiece, and somehow the Knicks managed to contain Michael Jordan to just 15 points.
And Jordan upset because he was quick. Looked like he got scratched by Starks, and he was very upset about it. And they continue on. Jordan wanted to go at him, and they're trying to calm Starks.
We just fell apart.
You think you're going home for this race?
Do we have a choice?
Can you recover?
Yeah, we don't have a choice.
When you mention the teams Jordan went through, those Knicks especially, I mean Mason, Oakley, Ewing, Jordan's going to the hole against them.
Oh, what a move by Jordan! It counts, and the foul.
There's some football being played.
Yeah. In the 90s in the Grove, you get chucked with a forearm.
All that running through the paint.
And a foul!
Oh, did he show the rookie something, Jimmy?
Michael Jordan finding it home.
He duplicated what he did on the offensive end on the defensive end.
And then you couple that with all of that athleticism, then his confidence skyrocket.
By Rivers, and now Jordan with some words for Rivers.
He talks a lot of trash, and he had everything came together.
Sat out Thursday night with a bad throw. Here's Jordan. Jordan with the steal. And then it's stolen by Starks. McDaniel chased by Jordan. It's a clean block.
Whose game is it? It's Michael Jordan's game.
And it is Chicago going on to the NBA Finals.
Homicidally competitive. Like really, like almost you could say he had a problem. He was so competitive. His entire life just revolved around beating other people. That's how he measured himself. That's how he measured everyone he played with.
And why did they call him the Black Cat? Because he was smooth. Trademark gym shoes, still top sellers to this day. Ball head, tongue wag.
I think we've gone through a lot. Me personally, I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but to cap it off this way means a lot to me, believe me.
I hate to make you look ahead, but you've talked about retirement in a year or two. Could you step aside if the streak is still intact?
No. Yo, my love is strong for this game right now. That's how I'm looking at it, and I'm going to be here as long as my love is strong.
Last night, we began the show with the disappearance of Michael Jordan's father. Tonight, the worst fears have come true. James Jordan was found dead, victim of apparent murder.
What is still unclear and will be for some time is what effect this tragedy will have on Michael Jordan and his future with the Chicago Bulls.
In a matter of moments, Michael Jordan is expected to officially announce his retirement.
A very bittersweet day. There's a certain sadness because the greatest athlete to ever play a team sport is leaving the game. I can only imagine what it was like seeing Babe Ruth, because I think this man, I used to say, was the Babe Ruth of basketball. I've now come to believe that Babe Ruth was the Michael Jordan of baseball.
When Michael Jordan first retired from the Chicago Bulls in October of 1993, following his father's murder, the sports world was shocked. 4 months later, Jordan dropped another bombshell. He decided to pursue a career in baseball.
And then he goes to play baseball?
Everyone's like, wait, he's gonna play baseball?
So many Hall of Famers like, this is my chance to get a chip.
Jordan, if he had retired, wouldn't he have gone to 8 straight NBA Finals? One could argue that.
Yeah, of course. We all believe that.
35 seconds away from the Knicks dethroning the Chicago Bulls.
To the 1994 NBA World Champion.
The NBA tried to plan for his retirement, tried to promote other players, like the Lakers' Shaquille O'Neal. But the shoe company Reebok recently canceled Shaq's shoe contract.
What is the NBA without Michael Jordan?
I think the NBA without Michael Jordan is in deep trouble.
Just being given an opportunity is something that I can feel very privileged about. I mean, the White Sox gave me an opportunity just to go out there and see what type of skills I have. And
would you like to see him come back?
Yes, I would. I think that he would be a good addition to this game.
Michael Jordan announced today he's coming back to basketball.
Jordan returns to the NBA on NBC at noon Eastern.
Yes, that was 636 days ago, so 21 months after his last appearance in an NBA game. Only 5 months after his number 23 was raised to the rafters in Chicago, Michael Jordan has returned, and he's wearing number 45.
A lot of special moments in NBA basketball. Usually the opening game of the season, the playoffs, 7th game of the series, the finals. I don't know about you, but I got the goosebumps for this one. This is very special.
The moment is nearly at hand. Michael Jordan's return to the NBA.
And there it is, Michael Jordan.
Whereas Jordan is the undisputed GOAT. Like really no debate.
Make a wish. Count to 3.
Welcome back, Michael Jordan.
You know, he's the greatest that's ever played.
Greatest who ever played.
Yeah.
You go right there.
No question about it.
Jordan for the win.
He's just a superstar. Like you said, Bill, he was a celebrity. He wasn't a basketball player. He was a celebrity.
And I'll tell you, as a kid growing up, in high school, I can't even describe what that was like at the time.
We put it on prime time, but Michael brought it to a whole nother level and took it international.
It's the magical, mystical Jordan Road Tour 1995. The Bulls are 2-2 since his return, and one of the most asked questions in America, most often asked, is how is Michael doing? How is his return?
Jordan wanted to go at him, and let's try to calm Starks down.
However, Starks told me moments ago the Knicks still plan to have him go one-on-one, no double teaming. He wasn't intimidated before, and he's not now, and he says he's eager for the challenge.
Moments away from tip-off, there is John Starks. He's been a little bit of a slump lately offensively, but he does play Michael Jordan very well. Ewing early in the game, Kukoc on the run.
Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset.
Look out! Starts out on fire. Michael is 4 of 5.
For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children.
What else? It's 20 first quarter points for Michael Jordan.
Look, I know what it must seem like to a younger generation. Guys, it's ridiculous. No matter what LeBron does, if he's not perfect, then he's not Jordan. Yeah, Jordan set a standard of near perfection.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
And did you ask, is he back?
Those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother.
55 points.
There were times where you could make a legitimate argument that collectively a team may have been better than the Chicago Bulls, but they didn't have MJ.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Michael finds the open man. Whittington with a jam. 3.1 remaining.
To take the game 20 years into the future where he has no fucking peer. There was no arguments about who the best guy in the league was.
The Chicago Bulls were an unstoppable force during the 1995-96 campaign.
That 95-96 Bulls team is the greatest professional sports team I have ever seen in any league at any time.
In Michael Jordan's first full season back, after giving baseball a try, the Bulls won an NBA record 72 games in the regular season.
When they terrorized the playoffs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Flight 23.
everyone in the league. Didn't matter who you weren't getting anything when Jordan was around.
Jordan just looked over at Spike Lee and waved bye-bye. This one ends appropriately enough in front of New York's most celebrated fan, Spike Lee.
And through most of the country, really, is that these NBA Finals loom not so much as a competition as a coronation.
You know, with 72 wins, you know, all the consecutive winnings, games that we've won, but by no means do we want to do all that and then be the team that lose to the Seattle Supersonics in the finals.
And Marv, he has come all the way back to best player and MVP status.
And then he played a 63-win Sonics team and beat them in 6 games. No one ever took him 7 games in the finals.
The Bulls were able to complete the dream season and win the franchise's 4th NBA title after defeating the Sonics in Game 6. Michael Jordan, once again named Finals MVP, his 4th MVP trophy in his many tries.
Watch this. I'm going to fly through the air. How about that?
So he just puts it in one hand and takes it down the lane.
Career high, 67 points, and you folks were here to see it.
He was the first guy that would literally fly through the f***ing air, slamming in dunks, where you would see it on the highlight reels on like ESPN, you would see it on the news, and people would just be standing there shaking their head.
Maybe it was an innocent question from Michael Jordan. Is it Byron or Brian Russell? But it drew Russell's fire. Brian responding, is it Michael or Michelle? Ooh. Now, on the one hand, you got to give Brian props for not backing down, but on the other, yo, B, that's Mike.
We're down to 5. Jordan putting moves on Russell. We're down to 2. Now to 1.
Hasta la vista, baby.
It is all over. The Chicago Bulls have won at the buzzer.
There is a big story going around this building right now. Michael Jordan is sick and missed the shoot-around.
He'd walk in the arena suited and booted when you didn't have to come in suited and booted.
3-piece suits, tie, knotted up, showed you how to be a professional.
He is suffering from flu-like symptoms. Made his way onto the court just moments ago, and as you see right here, looking a bit shaky.
18,100 fans in attendance and the 600 million watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Yes. Not bad for a guy playing with flu symptoms.
And the Jazz not able to get to their offensive glass. Ostertag was great. Karl Malone's got the 3,000.
I mean, it was the man could hardly walk. He could hardly breathe. And he elevated himself.
Jordan to the cutting long way.
If you give up, then they give up. You know, so I didn't want to give up. You know, no matter how sick I was, or how tired I was, or how, low on energy I was.
Yes. And he's tied the game.
Like the things that he does over and over again is like Michelangelo repainting the Sistine Chapel over and over again.
Near exhaustion, ready to fall over. He's got his team tied now.
When they called a timeout, how he came out of the ball game and plopped on the seat, and that's what he did. He just plopped down.
He won't even take the Gatorade.
He doesn't want to waste any energy. No high fives, no lifting water to his mouth. He is exhausted.
A heroic performance by Michael Jordan.
I mean, as long as he plays the game, he's going to amaze us no matter what.
Yes! They lead it! 38 points for the Kings!
Leaning on Scotty as they walked off the floor. I'm not sure he had full mobility.
Looks like he's a boxer just hanging on along the rope. Performance by the flu-ridden Michael Jordan. A performance that I think will go down as one of the greatest of his career because of the situation. It is all over. The Bulls have won the title by defeating the Jazz 90-86. It is Bedlam here at the United Center.
Max, from a physicality standpoint, he was actually an underdog from the position of getting beat up. Jordan ruled.
Michael Jordan with the takeoff and the crush.
The one time we played the Bulls, we get off the bus,
Before the game, Jordan parks inside his Ferrari. We're getting off the bus, and he's smoking a cigar.
Before the game?
Before the game. Yeah. And he's like, who's going to check me?
Michael shakes the finger, but he finally got his dunk on Mount Matumbo.
No, rebound Cartwright, off to Jordan. Michael Jordan, power jam in Barkley's face. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Jordan took it out. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to Bulls basketball, playoff basketball.
In his heart, Michael already knew that these would be his last games.
And he just got better and better. I mean, he was, I've never seen a guy that I thought was as good as anybody I'd ever seen. 5 years later, he was 10 times better, and 5 years later, he was 10 times better.
Game 6 in Utah. For the Bulls, a win would mean a championship. For Michael, it would mean the cementing of his legacy.
Inside, they've already begun the chant of beat the Bulls. Jordan for three.
Got it. What you do has to transcend the generations in order to retain your place as the GOAT.
Here's Michael. He's got 21.
Michael Jordan always took his game to another level in the playoffs.
Jordan pulls up.
Like we've never seen before.
And connects. 25 for MJ.
6 titles, 6 finals MVPs. That means it was all about you each series. You were the mismatch.
He's still Michael Jordan. Whatever he has lost, through fatigue, through age, through whatever, has only brought him somewhat back to the field. He still leads the field.
He became the most dangerous man alive.
Cross-court Stockton, a three! It's there!
Those 2 three-peats that Jordan has, those are hard to compare anything to.
None of us ever saw what he was going to do, and we thought he was going to be great.
Pippen into Jordan. Michael working on Russell. Brings them to within 1. Michael Jordan with 45 points.
6 NBA Finals MVPs without ever allowing a Game 7.
Here comes Chicago. 17 seconds.
Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player I've ever seen. Better than LeBron, better than Kobe, better than everybody.
Jordan, open. Chicago with the lead. The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship, and it's their 2nd three-peat.
He was, without a doubt, the greatest basketball player of all time, and he still is.
That's all, folks. Well, that's my line.
Mom, can I have these?
Honey, don't mess with their display, okay?
But blue is my favorite color.
These are for adults. Let's wait until after your turn and then we'll go to the store, okay, and get you a blue one.
Okay, Mommy.
He was the most amazing thing you had ever seen. He was this blur in the ring that just came in and destroyed anything.
No, he's just a bully. That's all he was.
And it worked.
He was like the human pit bull.
Against Mike Tyson, who is described as 5'11", looks closer to 5'10" because of the squarishness of his build.
He disposed of Hector Mercedes inside a single round. And the question that most of the ringsiders are asking is, can he do the same thing again?
I'm not from there. I'm from the dirt, hard bones, segregated ghetto.
His life was very, very sad. Very poor kid, lived in Brownsville, lived in a rough neighborhood. He stopped going to school around age 7. He was constantly getting evicted. His mother would different kinds of men in order to keep a roof over their heads. While Mike was in the bed, like inches from him, his mother had sex with a man.
You got into robbing people when you were 7. You really had no supervision.
Mike Tyson was sent to the Tryon Youth Correctional Facility in upstate New York after growing up as a mugger and predator on the streets of Brooklyn.
At 12, Tyson was a tough young mugger.
I got into trouble, and I went away to this reformatory upstate New York, and then I met a gentleman named Bobby Stewart that was a boxer.
Tyson told Stewart that he wanted to learn how to box. Stewart then brought Tyson to a gym above the police station in Catskill, New York, to meet Customato,
who was a legendary fight manager and a legendary trainer and a magnificent man. He taught Mike from the age of 13 to the age of 19 how to control his emotions.
We saw Mike Tyson's professional debut. Hard to believe it's just about a month ago.
In watching the early Mike Tyson fights, he seems to be like an unstoppable force, uniquely devastating, uniquely offensively capable.
Down goes Singleton again, left hook this time. This boy is tough. Trent Singleton in all sorts of trouble. We're already in round 1. The referee humanely has seen enough. Tyson shrugs almost as if disappointed that the fight is over so quick.
Customato had a tremendous influence on Mike Tyson.
I met this white guy, he was strange, a little odd, and he started saying things like, wow, you could be the greatest fighter ever lived.
Early in the 4th, can Tyson finish this? I think so. I think so, that's enough.
When Customato trained you, you were fierce.
That's it. See, ain't no way he's going to hit you then, right? And remember, it's always good to throw the punch where you could hit him and he can't hit you. That's what the science of boxing is all about.
He's wearing the white trunks with green trim. He is undefeated in 3 professional bouts, all victories, all knockouts. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Mike Tyson.
You would get into the ring and people were scared of you. Were you channeling the anger that you had from your childhood?
I think a lot of it had to do with that, you know, and I realized that every fight was a decision if I'm going to go back to that lifestyle or not.
Like a steam hammer. The legs have gone. This is all over. Yes, it is. I don't believe it. That's well inside a minute.
Tyson was like a sponge. He just absorbed everything that Cuss had to teach him. You know, the head movement, throwing the punches with bad intent.
Cuss took us to the gym and pointed to a young boy who was hitting the heavy bag very ferociously and said, that's Mike Tyson. Not only is he here, but he will undoubtedly go on to become the youngest heavyweight champion in history.
Look at the size of him. He looks like the Incredible Hulk. He really
in that
does.
case, I'm glad I'm not Michael Jack Johnson. I'm glad you pointed it out because down he goes, the left hook.
He looked unstoppable. He looked like a different planet of ability.
I'll tell you, Michael Jack Johnson earned his money the hard way tonight.
Well, there's not much to say about that knockout except to watch.
But he was far more than a big puncher. He's a very good boxer.
It's a big win to let everybody know that Donnie Long is back.
Those fresh youngsters only 19 years of age. Long is 27. Oh! That's it! Wow! The left hand puts him down. He collapses, and this one is over as the doctors rush into the ring.
Forget what the press releases say. He's only 5'10". Some would have you believe he's 6 foot. He is not a big heavyweight. He's only a kid.
He had this body that could really fool you. And to forgetting that he was still a kid who had to develop.
Left hook, good night. What a great shot. Okay, look at the stats. 10 fights, 10 wins, 7 inside the first round.
I want to do something that no fighter ever done. Jack Dempsey broke people's eye sockets. And that, to me, and that's a high. It's to see that guy did this.
When he was being trained by Customato, he was living the complete total existence of a man hell-bent on becoming the world champion.
The help that Cus gave Mike was not only in the ring, but out of the ring.
Being part of Customato's family was therapeutic. He gave him direction, he gave him order, he gave him care, loving.
Tyson's teens were spent in the D'Amato family. Cus eventually adopted him.
There's only so much punishment anybody can take. That is the limit of Sterling Benjamin's endurance.
You have a sledgehammer, man. You know, when I go down there, I feel it. You ready to hit that? It's the hardest I ever been hit.
It is the hardest you're ever.
The hardest on my whole career, man.
But it's getting harder and harder now to find anybody who wants anything to do with them. I mean, no fighter wants to get run over by a truck.
One of the things that's always fascinated me about you is this ability you have to intimidate opponents. A lot of them seem to have been beaten before they got in the ring almost, or when they caught your eye when they got in the ring. Are you aware of that?
First punch he threw. Oh, my.
Mike Tyson, when the bell rings, he conducts himself as if someone stole something from him.
He was so short, and he had this crazy style of bobbing and weaving and ripping ridiculous power and speed punches.
Mike Tyson, without a doubt, one of the bright stars in the heavyweight picture, now goes to 11-0 with 11 knockouts. It was the first punch thrown in the fight.
If you look at early Mike Tyson, the way he was running his way through the heavyweight division.
But he was far more than a big puncher. He was a very good boxer. He could jab, he could move, as well as punch. So he was virtually the complete article. And he had that knockout punch in both hands. And of course, when anybody goes to see heavyweight boxing, that's what they want to see. They want to see people get knocked out.
And God forbid, if anything happened to Cus, we're all professionals, and we're going to continue. And the outcome is going to be the same.
Then in 1985, Cus D'Amato died.
He was like my father. I never really had a father figure.
The late and legendary trainer Cus D'Amato was the only real father figure Mike Tyson ever knew.
The death of Cus D'Amato was clearly a huge issue.
Well, when Cus D'Amato died, I think, is when it all starts really going to crap for Tyson.
What led him to success was having a very strict mentor/coach, Cus D'Amato.
Fight number 13 for Mike Tyson. We're back in Latham. It's the same Mike Tyson. It is not the same camp. This is his second fight since the tragic death of Cus D'Amato on the 4th of November. Oh, he's shaky. He's so shaky, and we're only in round 1. And this is a good fighter. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. As the left hook, which is fast becoming a Tyson trademark, sends him down.
So now Mike Tyson is 13-0, all of his victories coming by knockout, and no bout has gone past the 4th round.
Every fight is a 30-second assault. Those 80s fights with Tyson, where he would just show up and look at people and they would melt.
If you blink in the first round, you'll probably miss a Mike Tyson fight. The crowd chanting the next heavyweight champion, Mike Tyson. You definitely are going to hear more about him.
And the next thing you know, Mike Tyson was like the hottest up-and-coming fighter.
Mike has an ability to slip punches that has not been seen in the heavyweight ranks since Muhammad Ali.
And down.
He went out there and everybody up in the first round.
It's the way he ran through the division. He changed the whole thing.
A double right hand to the body and the chin. Down goes Lorenzo Boyd.
But here, the spotlight falls most directly on 20-year-old Mike Tyson, whose public appeal grows every time he fights.
He was a special force.
Most scariest fighter on earth.
A terrific uppercut.
knocked the out.
Razor is down. Joe Cortez moves in to have a look. And he's going to stop the fight. It did not last 20 seconds.
He will have a shot, it appears, at the heavyweight title.
He is the WBC heavyweight champion of the world.
When you would enter the ring, already popping sweat, black shoes, no socks, black trunks.
There is electricity in the crowd. I've got goosebumps on the line. The WBC heavyweight championship of the world.
As soon as you stepped in the ring, the other guy across the ring, what were you thinking? I mean, because he was thinking, oh, that's my ass.
Any question from the champion or chief second? All right, let's get it on. Come on.
He absolutely destroyed him. He knocked him all over the ring.
Pound for pound, Mike Tyson, the greatest fighter of our era. Don't forget it.
Tyson already off his stool. His Pepper perfect. This is round 2. And he went down. He goes down. He should be able to get up from this. His legs may be shut. They are. As Trevor Burbick falls back in the rope.
Mike is a boy prodigy. He's 20 years old. He is quite an incredible force in the heavyweight division, but he's just a boy.
It's all over. We've got a brand new heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson.
In a devastating second-round knockout, Mike Tyson, age 20, became the youngest heavyweight champion in boxing history. His managers, cornermen, and friends ran to congratulate him. Tyson kissed Jim Jacobs.
20 years old, after less than 2 rounds, you're the heavyweight champion of the world.
But in March of 1988, Jacobs died, and Tyson lost his second father substitute. Before Jacobs was buried, Don King made his move.
And that created the opening, the opportunity for Don King to move in on a very confused 21-year-old kid.
Boxing complex of promoter Don King has become a home away from home for heavyweight champion Mike Tyson.
In 1988, once Mike got married, Robin, Givens, and Ruth, of course, were very interested in taking over Mike's career.
They moved into a grand New Jersey mansion.
But as soon as she got married, she called up and said, she's Mrs. Mike Tyson. I'm taking over. I want to see all the books and all the records.
I happen to know Robin Givens Tyson. And I just want to leave you with this. I've seen a lot of different things. She is one hell of a fine lady.
How does a woman who went to Sarah Lawrence and Harvard Medical School wind up falling in love with a guy who's a graduate of the School of Hard Knocks?
God, I want to know too.
Trouble, and down he goes.
The winner, and still the undisputed, undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, Iron Mike Tyson.
Greed reaches at the deepest core of people. It reaches deep at them, and they're fighting for me and stuff and all that crap, and then that made it easy for Don King to sneak in and...
It was reported to us here in New York that Robin and Ruth were at the bank already claiming Mike's account.
No one can challenge Mike Tyson right now. You could take anybody out.
There was a line in the front yard, loose. Wow. He was on the steps like this with a heavyweight belt. What? 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 How come nobody wants to get out the car and play with my cat?
The title brought fame, money, and temptation.
$4.5 million on automobiles and motorcycles. Once crashed your Rolls Royce and told cops to keep it.
Pretty much, he was on coke all the time. He would walk around with a brick of coke as his personal stash.
Tyson reverted back to what he thought he was at heart, which was just like this dirty ghetto person that just wanted to have sex and do drugs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the undefeated man who brings the jigs, Michael
This heavy metal sound that you hear is Mike Tyson about to make his way in, I believe. The sound is deafening here in the arena, so I won't try to yell over it. All I can say is the heavyweight champion is about to make his appearance in the ring. Everything that Tyson does is intimidating. There he is. He comes out. He doesn't wear a coat in. He's worked up a full sweat. I want to tell you, the electricity in this crowd is awesome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, once and for all, let's get ready to rumble!
Down he goes! I don't think he'll get up from this! Mike Spinks is laying flat on his back. It's all over! Mike Tyson has won it! Spinks almost fell back, bro! A dramatic first-round knockout for Mike Tyson! Unbelievable strike! It came in the first round!
How many people could handle that, too? I mean, you're the money, the fame, at that age, you're the champion and the baddest man alive.
It's my belief Mike really turned into the Mike we know today as his marriage to Robin Gibbons came apart. So did he.
In a nationally televised interview, Robin Gibbons told Barbara Walters that Tyson was a manic depressive.
He gets out of control, throwing, screaming.
A charge that would later prove groundless.
He shakes, he pushes, he swings.
But when I look back at it now, I can't believe I sat there and didn't say anything.
The soap opera marriage of boxing champ Mike Tyson and actress Robin Gibbons is coming to an end.
So she brought a guy home to see her into my mansion in my car that I'm not allowed to be at. You want to know who it is? Brad Pitt.
Brad must have been smoking a joint, or he must have been drinking something, because he was real close to me in the car and he had no idea. He didn't see me. But then when he got out the car, he saw me.
Oh,
Tyson's in Japan to defend his heavyweight boxing title against James Buster Douglas.
Within 2 hours of the champion's arrival here, Tyson Mania was in full cry.
I'll leave it at this. He clearly was very distracted coming into the fight. Stressed out beyond comprehension. I wonder why that is. He was 37-0 at that particular moment in time. He was fierce, he was menacing.
Before the fight, rumors had swirled about Tyson's mental and physical state. He'd been knocked down in sparring.
He stopped moving his head. He began to accept clinches. He started to jab less. You could see that under Don King, not only did his character and morals decline and erode, his boxing technique began to decline and erode.
You begin to file through your memory for the biggest upsets in heavyweight championship fight history.
Douglas insists that he's going to shock the world in this fight. If he should upset Mike Tyson, it would make the shocks in Eastern Europe seem like local ward politics.
But when you're fighting at the real top level of a sport, if you start missing training, start taking drugs, start sleeping around.
They had neglected to bring a standard